The photographs taken by Mr. Laborie and myself will show some of the pits and hollows resulting from these excavations. The structure of the mound was therefore easy to examine. It consists of soft earth with stratum upon stratum of solid ashes at varying depths and several feet thick. There is little stone in the mass, but in former times some stone buildings stood on the top of the hill, and the village of Digala is built largely from the stones of these, as I am informed by my colleague, one on Gaur Tapa, Unbelievers Hill, near Dizakalil, on the north shore of the lake. See Kerr Porter, Travels, 2. 606-2. The statement is quoted from a missionary among the Nestorians of Persia, Mr. E. C. Shedd, cited by Drive W. H. Ward, Notes on Oriental Antiquities, in A. M. Journ. Archaeology, 6. 286-92. Urumia, a supposed early home of Zoroaster Dr. Aeolianan, who was born there. I understand also that a foundation wall of burnt brick was discovered some time ago near the bottom of the hill, the bricks measuring at least 6 inches thick by 18 to 24 inches long, a statement which would agree with the so-called Gobber bricks of Zoroastrian structures which I found elsewhere in Persia. In their excavations the workmen are constantly unearthing fragments of pottery, sometimes whole vessels, terracotta figurines, coins, and other remains which show signs of considerable antiquity. The specimens of earthenware are usually of a reddish or brownish clay, the commonest being a round pot with small handles or with a spout. They are generally without decoration, although a few have figures of men and horses, crudely drawn, or bands of color and other marks of ornamentation upon the surface. Some of the jars are 2 feet or more in height. I saw such an amphora at a depth of more than 20 feet below the surface in one of the pits into which I went down. It was buried in an upright position in the earth, but was partly broken, so that we did not disturb it, except to scrape some of the debris from around it, which disclosed a few pieces of bones, grains of parched corn, and ashes in abundance. Potsherds by the hundreds were lying at the bottom and about the mouth of every pit, but I could not learn of a single instance where any inscribed tablet or cylinder had been found among the layers of earth and ashes. It is common, when speaking of this and the other ash hills around Urumia, to say that they are composed entirely of ashes, but from my examination in the present instance, and my investigations in others, this term is to be taken relatively. 1. See the quotation by Mr. Shedd in Dr. Ward's article, p. 286, previously cited, and CFP 255, below. A good collection of specimens may be seen in the museum room of the American Missionary College at Urumia, and many individual sampais may be found in the hands of the villagers or of residents in the city. 3 JFR. Shedd, OPCITP 286, and a native of Urumia, Jonathan Battle, now in Yonkers, informed me that the hill of Laki, 13 miles north of Urumia, is composed wholly of ashes. The ash hills at Ligala and Termini 93. I believe therefore that Dr. Ward, even though he had not seen them, was right in his impression that they are composed rather of clay which has become mixed with ashes and saturated with nitrous salts of organic composition, and he shows from an old Babylonian sculpture how such mounds could be built up. There is every reason to assume that these elevations were surmounted by sanctuaries dedicated to the worship of fire, even if we do not agree in every detail with the natives, who unanimously attribute the vast accumulation of ashes to the accretions from the fire temples. The ashes having been scattered over the hill age after age, on the following day a party was formed to visit another ash hill, and we rode out to Termini, 6 miles east of Urumia. This mound culminates in an elevation somewhat resembling a cone. Short distance from the conical rising it was possible to trace the general outline of what was once the foundation of an old building. The large size of the stones called forth comments from the natives, who expressed surprise as to how such large blocks could have been conveyed to the site where they stood. The hill itself has not been much excavated, but about 15 or 20 years ago, when a well was being sunk near the top, an image of considerable size was found. Unfortunately it was destroyed by the iconoclastic workmen, who were Mohammedans, as image making is forbidden by the Quran. On the hill I could see abundant traces of ashes everywhere, although they were not quite so plentiful as at Digala. Judgment in this case, however, is based only upon an examination of the surface of the ground, as the mound had not been trenched and excavated like the other, but the ground was strewn with potsherds which incidental diggings had brought to light, and the natives one ward, OPCITP 287. 2. There is nothing of a volcanic nature in the deposit, so far as limited geological knowledge allowed me to judge. See Quran, Tr. Sale, Chapter 2, pages 18, 23, etc., and the Mohammedan tradition against pictures and images in Mishkat, BK 12, Chapter 1, PT 1, and BK 29, Chapter 5. 94 Urumia, a supposed early home of Zoroaster, had numerous specimens of earthenware vessels thus unearthed. One of these, which is shown in the photograph, had lost part of its spout, but kept its small handle. Another presented a slight attempt at artistic finish, as the handle was twisted in a curious but rather graceful shape. Still another, which did not look quite so old as the specimen that I selected, somewhat resembled a modern teapot with holes perforated in the spout to serve as a strainer. A third mound which I visited was the hill of Amet, a short distance southeast of Termini. In one of the trenches there were fragments of a rather large urn, and I am told that specimens as large as a man are sometimes exhumed and that skeletons have been found buried in them. The natives also informed me that, in excavating, they sometimes come across neatly made graves in these ash mounds, with a stone slab covering the place where the body lay. The truth of this I afterward proved. The following day spent among the ash hills was devoted to the mound at geographic Tapa, or Gogtepe, which lies a little east-southeast from Urumia. It was the fourth ash mound that I visited, and was one of the largest. Christian church, erected by the Nestorians, now crowns the summit of this ancient ash hill, and the minister, Mr. Morhatch, an Assyrian Christian born near Urumia, told me that when the workmen were excavating for the foundations of the church they came across an underground chamber built of stone and containing a carved hollow cylinder 3 or 4 inches high. The stone vault, he explained, had been filled up in order to make the foundation of the building more secure, and the image had been purchased and sent to America. On my return home I found that this cylindrical bas-relief is now preserved in the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York City, and that my friend Dr. William Hayes Ward had given a detailed description. See also a similar statement made by Mr. E. C. Shedd, cited in the article, already quoted, by Ward, A.M. Journ. Archaeology, 6. 287 A typical mud hut at Tbimani, near Urumia. An old mill near Urumia, antique pottery and an ancient cylinder. 95 Shin of it in the publication referred to in the notes, supplement by Mr. Shedd's account of the chamber where the object was found. I have examined the cylinder a number of times, and through the courtesy of the museum authorities I am able to give a reproduction of it in shape. It resembles a large napkin ring made of translucent alabaster, and it measures 2/inches, 94 millimeters, in height by 2 inches, 59 millimeters, in diameter, the walls being about 1/4 inch, 6 millimeters, in thickness. The surface of the alabaster has been rendered somewhat opaque by exposure, as Dr. Ward observes in his description, from which I freely draw. The design of the carvings, in the opinion of this authority, is archaic Babylonian, and the figures represent the sun god, Shamash, emerging from the portals of the east and accompanied by other divine personages. The god, the second figure on the right in the reproduction, carries a club on his right shoulder and holds a weapon in his left hand, as he mounts with his left foot the crest of a low hill. The hill is conventionally indicated by several rectangular blocks, which are multiplied also for the other figures to stand upon, and they form at the same time an ornamental base for the cylinder. 2 bearded porters, with flowing hair and wearing low double-horned caps, fling open the gates through which the god advances. Behind the left-hand gatekeeper stands the demigod, Eabani, half man, half bull, facing full front and holding in his 2 hands a standard. Behind him again are 3 figures, on the other side of the cylinder, approaching the sun god. The first of these is a man, the second a woman in a flounced robe, who is considered by Dr. Ward to be the sun god's wife, and the third, a bearded divine figure clothed in a long-skirted mantle. In the garments of all the figures I would call attention to the border of fringe, characteristic of the median robe and noticeable on the sculptures of one. See Drive Ward's article, Notes on Oriental Antiquities, in American Journal of Archaeology, 6. 286 to 301 1/3 of the actual size. 96 Urumia, a supposed early home of Zoroaster the archers discovered by Dulafoy at Susa and on the Eigy of Cyrus at Persepolis. Dr. Ward believes that the cylindrical bas-relief found at geographic Tapa is at least as old as BC 2000, and probably older, and in his opinion it is a purely Babylonian product, which was conveyed, probably in some conquest of a very early period, to this distant land of the Mini. Beneath the sandstone floor of the chamber where the cylinder was discovered some fragments of bones were found, but they were so decomposed that it was impossible to make anything out of them. It is not infrequent, Mr. Moorhatch told me from his own observations, to unearth from the geographic Tapa mound large earthen jars containing bones, which show that the custom of urn burial was sometimes resorted to, or else that the use of astodons was in vogue, as explained below. Malik Shimon, my native host, at whose house we lunched, stated that on his own property 2 skulls had been dug up with brass nails driven into the ears. If this is to be taken as indicating death by execution, added light may be thrown on the interpretation of a passage in the Vendidad, where, among other comparisons of torture and punishment, the torments of hell are described as being as painful as if one should nail the bones of his perishable body with iron nails. It is quite evident, from what has been said, that geographic Tapa was not only an ancient settlement, but that a part of the mound served also as a cemetery. At one place, where a deep road had been cut in the hill, I saw a number of graves exposed, but they were near the surface and apparently not very old, although in a ghastly condition to behold. Choosing a spot on the other side of the hill, where it was possible to excavate at a lower level on account of the conformation of the 1C shed, quoted by Ward, OPCITP 287. 2 So VD 4. 51, FS9 BIS Avapast, is probably to be understood, see Darmstädter, SBE. 4248, LEZA. 263, and 43, and consult also Bartholomew, Air. WBP 879. Bas-relief cylinder found near Urumia, now in the Metropolitan Museum, New York, 2/3 actual size, opening an ancient grave in the side of the geographic Tapa Ash Hill. Opening a hillside grave 97 mound, we proceeded to examine an ancient grave or sepulchre that had already been laid partly bare. Malik Shimon summoned an old man to open the grave, and in a few minutes his long shovel had laid the sepulchre fully unclosed to view. It was a rough sarcophagus of stone, a part of the upper slab and a portion of the side slab of which, both whitish in color, were intact. The head of the grave appeared to be located toward the right, as I looked into the opening. There was a large jar deep in the earth above what was presumably the foot of the grave, but we preferred not to remove it, as it was broken and apparently quite empty. The grave itself was likewise empty, except for a few fragments of bones scattered about. In fact, in most cases where the interment shows the greatest signs of antiquity, the skeletons have been reduced to dust, or at most a few pieces of bones remain. Yet Mr. Shimon, who had seen a number of these stone receptacles opened, said that sometimes 3 or 4 skeletons are preserved in a single sarcophagus, and the digger recalled an instance where as many as 6 were found. I had the same assurance also on other authority. Regarding the age and true nature of these repositories, I am wholly undecided at the present time. If they were pre-Mohammedan and pre-Nestorian, as seems probable, it is open to question to which era we are to assign them, whether to a time when the Zoroastrian religion prevailed or to a still earlier date. If we assign them provisionally to the Zoroastrian period, we can only explain them as astodons or stone receptacles constructed to receive the bones after the flesh had been denuded from the body by the vultures, in accordance with the tenets of the Zoroastrian religion. Leaving this opened grave and passing by another which had recently been discovered a few rods distant, but not fully laid bare, we turned our attention to other sites and ascended one for this custom in regard to the buoys, CVD 6. 44-51, and consult H. Modi, Astadan, a Persian coffin, Bombay, 1889, brochure. 98 Urumia, a supposed early home of Zoroaster, the brow of the hill to view the surrounding country. In the near foreground still another ash mound, a small elevation, was pointed out. It was apparently the one called Chakili Hill, which I passed 2 days later on my journey southward from Urumia. The village of Saralan, built partly on an ash hill, lay on the same road, and there I saw the remains of a building that had been exposed in digging, and likewise pieces of a large oven, tandur tanur, av tanura, together with fragments of a huge amphora, or wine jar, lino. Not far from there, in the same general southerly direction, lies the village of Dizaktakia, or Dizatakia, built on one of the very largest of the my hills that show traces of ashes in this neighborhood. Nestorian friend. Reverend Yaru M. Nisan, at whose uncle's house we spent the night, told me that he himself had found at Dizatakia a small statuette with Assyrian affinities. In looking over some of the specimens of pottery that had been unearthed there in digging the foundations of his house, I noticed one particularly interesting old piece. It was a large terracotta pot, evidently very antique and probably used as a milking vessel. According to my native host, it was at Geographic Tapa, at the house of Malik Shimon, whose hospitality I enjoyed, that I had my first truly Persian dinner. Partook of this meal seated on the floor in Eastern fashion, bolstered up by soft cushions and lost amid a wilderness of dishes with a variety of viands characteristic of the country. Among these was the clabber, MDST, a one the general subject of the ash mounds around Lake Urumia was treated many years ago, I believe, in a sketch by Mr. Abbott, but I have not been able to find the brochure or even to discover its exact title. Doctors Lehman and Belk gave some attention to the matter of the ash mounds in their recent scientific tours through Armenia and northwest Persia. Some information regarding their finds of Patay has been published by V. L. Rakov, Funds Lukaus Grab Hujeln Bay Ermfa, Persian, in ZTF Ethnol. Verh die Berliner Anthropgesellschaft, 30, 1898, pages 522 to 527, 32, 1900, pages 609-612. My own notes, though imperfect, will suffice to call the attention of Zoroastrian scholars anew to this field for archaeological research in northwestern Persia, the Persian New Year 99 caseous mixture that recalled to my mind the milk and cheese diet upon which the classical writers say that Zoroaster lived for years in the desert. On our way back to the city we passed a number of interesting sights, one of which was an old mill, which interested me because of the primitiveness of its style and structure. As I happened to be in Urumia before the season of the Nowruz festival, or Persian New Year, was over, I had an excellent opportunity of becoming still better acquainted with the social life of the people. Nowruz, New Day, the oldest of all Persian festivals, does not fall in January, like our own New Year's, but comes in the springtime when the sun enters the sign of Aries at the vernal equinox. Iranian tradition dates the festival back thousands of years and says that it was first celebrated in the Golden Age by Jamshid, who lived before the deluge. It was he who established the solar year, and although the Persians, as Mohammedans, have otherwise adopted the lunar calendar current among the Arabians, they have never given up Nowruz and its observances. The festival lasts over a fortnight and is celebrated with as much spirit as it was 1,000 years ago in the time of Harun al-Rashid, when we find it alluded to in the story of the enchanted horse in the Arabian Nights as an ancient and solemn feast throughout all Persia, which has been continued from the time of idolatry and is observed not only in the great cities, but celebrated with extraordinary rejoicings in every little town, village, and hamlet. Holiday attire, the interchange of gifts, congratulations, and good wishes, together with merrymaking, are the order of the season. nor has fashion allowed the time-honored custom of paying visits on glorious Jamshid's day to lapse. The callers are welcomed with large trays of sweetmeats and sugar. My 1c Zoroaster, p. 34, and 2, where the classical references are given. 2. Compare Arabian Nights, p. 462, Philadelphia, 1835, and for legends connected with Noyuds and the origin of New Year's presents, see Al-Birimi, Chronology of Ancient Nations, T.R. Sacha, pages 199 to 204, London, 1879. UOFG. 100 Urumia, a supposed early home of Zoroaster confectionery, and favors of this sort are sent from friends to friends, because tradition says that he who tastes sugar on the morning of Nowruz before speaking, and anoints himself with oil, will keep off all sorts of mishap during the greater part of the year. Sugar and confectionery, of which the Persians are so extremely fond, have also ancient authority and royal sanction, since among other good things associated with the first New Year's Day and the inauguration of the solar calendar by King Jamshid was the happy discovery of the sugar cane, and the king ordered the juice to be pressed out and sugar to be made thereof. In making New Year's calls I had the pleasant privilege of going in the company of Dr. J. P. Cochrane, the missionary physician at Urumia, and our first visit was paid to Majidi Sultana, the newly appointed vice-governor, who 2 days before had received from the Shah his official appointment and the accompanying gift of a superb sword. He received us with formal ease and grace and, after the customary bows and salutations of etiquette had been made, conversed freely and pleasantly in Turkish, which the other visitors spoke well, but he addressed me in French, as I was not familiar with Turkish. In his personality Majidi Sultana may be said to combine the soldier, courtier, and scholar, for he is a man of great personal bravery, a stern commander, yet extremely gentle and finished in his manners, endowed with great fondness for history and literature. His soldierly qualities are looked upon by the people with a respect approaching awe, and his military ability, quickness of decision, and promptness of action have won for him the post he holds. Urumia is close to the Turkish border and the territory of the Kurds, and this district is particularly subject to danger from outlaws and marauding freebooters, as the Kurdish raid in 1880 proved. The Kurds in fact are even now a constant menace, and Majidi adopted the policy of employing a company of these warlike hillsmen themselves for the purpose of keeping order. Yet I have since Kn. 7 Mart Mariam Church, Urumia, where one of the Magi is said to be buried, a typical group of mullahs and Sebes New Year's calls 101 learned that he nearly lost his life in holding a conference with the representatives of a rebel sheikh from over the border. A parley had been agreed upon, but in the midst of it some threat of violence was made by the rebels. Before the band could carry out their purpose Majidi Sultana shot the leader on the spot and had the rest seized and blown from the cannon's mouth in the public square of Urumia. In extending hospitality to us, Majidi Sultana was the polished gentleman above the soldier, and his home bore evidences of culture and scholarly tastes. Besides finely bound Persian and Arabic works, his library contained a few standard French books, and he seemed to take a real interest in history. Knowing his breadth of view and freedom from fanaticism, I had no hesitation in making inquiries about the Zoroastrian religion, and I soon found, from the questions which he himself put to me regarding the association of Zoroaster's name with Ardabil and Mount Savalan, that his range of reading in the Oriental writers on his shelves must have been considerable. The decoration of his rooms showed taste, and his collection of curios and antiques was an interesting one. At my departure he promised to send 2 Kurdish guards to accompany me for 3 days when I should start on my journey southward toward Hamadan. After paying this visit to the governor, the next ceremony was to call upon one of the native khans, a lord of several villages. Tea, tobacco, and sweetmeats formed part of the entertainment. Following that came a visit to a mullah, or Mohammedan ecclesiastic, which completed the afternoon, for Persian calls last long. The mullah was a kindly old fellow and knew 2 words of French, Hanjour, which he followed up with a Persian greeting, "Your worship is an illumination to my eyes." In this latter salutation, however, there was an element of pathos, for the poor man had become almost totally blind a few weeks before. He had been suffering from cataract and had submitted to an operation at the hands of a native 102 Urumia, a supposed early home of Zoroaster itinerant quack which had cost him his sight. I could but admire his nerve and courage as he quietly told how he held his head perfectly still without flinching while the charlatan we thrust a needle into the pupil. Prolonged for some time our visit with the mullah and his company of sides, or descendants of the Prophet, until it was time to go, and then we walked on foot through the streets, in order that I might see more of the town. Urumia has no public edifice of any importance, but it has a church of great antiquity associated with the biblical story of the Magi and indirectly with Zoroaster. This is the old Nestorian church of Mart Mariam, the Blessed Virgin, now a Russian sanctuary. Popular tradition says that in the crypt lie buried two, or at least one, of the Magi who came to worship the infant Christ at Bethlehem. The church may, therefore, be regarded as an eastern rival of the Cathedral of Cologne, besides having Persian competitors in Saba, Ava, and perhaps Kashan. A legend regarding these wise men and the origin of the church was told me by one of the ladies of the American Miss Zion, who had it from her Syriac teacher at Urumia. I recognized it at once as a form of the story which is found in the apocryphal New Testament Gospel of the Infancy, recounting how the wise men received from Mary the swaddling clothes of the infant Christ as a gift, and on returning to their country made a fire with which to worship and consume the clothes according to their religion, but the blessed garments remained unseared in the flames and became a sacred relic. Church was built in commemoration of the miracle, and it is this edifice that serves as the burial place of the Magi. For convenience I reproduce the narrative as it appears in the New Testament Apocrypha, since it is also of interest because of the express statement that the wise men came from the east in accordance with a prophecy delivered by Zoroaster, Zoroaster. 1 CP 412, below. A church with a legend of the Magi 103:1. And it came to pass, when the Lord Jesus was born at Bethlehem, a city of Judea, in the time of Herod the king, the wise men came from the east to Jerusalem, according to the prophecy of Zoroaster, and brought with them offerings, namely, gold, frankincense, and myrrh, and worshipped him, and offered to him their gifts. 2 Then the Lady Mary took one of his swaddling clothes in which the infant was wrapped, and gave it to them instead of a blessing, which they received from her as a most noble present. 3 And at the same time there appeared to them an angel in the form of that star which had before been their guide in their journey, the light of which they followed till they returned into their own country. 4 On their return their kings and princes came to them inquiring, what they had seen and done. What sort of journey and return they had. What company they had on the road. 5 But they produced the swaddling cloth which Saint Mary had given to them, on account whereof they kept a feast. 6 And having, according to the custom of their country, made a fire, they worshipped it. 7 And casting the swaddling cloth into it, the fire took it, and kept it. 8 And when the fire was put out, they took forth the swaddling cloth unhurt, as much as if the fire had not touched it. 9 Then they began to kiss it, and put it upon their heads and their eyes, saying, this is certainly an undoubted truth, and it is really surprising that the fire could not burn it, and consume it. 10 Then they took it, and with the greatest respect laid it up among their treasures. This story of the Gospel of the Infancy and the legend connected with the church in Urumia seem to be old Nestorian traditions. 2 Still another legend connecting Zoroaster's name with Urumia is recorded. It is referred to by Spiegel, who states that in the mountain of Buzodaki, Calf Mountain, to the northeast of the city, a cave is shown in which the prophet I New Testament Apocrypha, in fancy, 3. 1-10 See also Walker, Apocryphal Gospels, pages 100, 103, Edinburgh, 1870. 2 The Gospel of the Infancy is current, for example, among the Nestorians in India, and Hone, Apocryphal Neo Testament, p. 38, London, 1820, states that Lacrosse cites a synod at Angamala, in the mountains of Malabar, AD 1599, which condemns this gospel as commonly read by the Nestorians in that country, i.e. India. 104 Urumia, a supposed early home of Zoroaster Zerdusht, is said to have lived. This would point apparently to the tradition of Zoroaster's living for a time as a hermit in a cave in the Persian mountains, but I myself have not been able to get any direct information regarding this story, and a native of Urumia has since told me that he knows of the place only as sacred in the eyes of the Mohammedans as Al's Spring. I was later informed, however, that there is a rock cavern near Maraga on Mount Sahand which is pointed out as the cave of Zerdusht. Point 2 Among the observances at Urumia is one which the natives regard as a reminiscence of ancient sun worship: the blowing of a horn and the beating of a kettle drum at sunset. The place where this curfew signal is given is called the Naktarak Naban Tower, and is situated near the Darwazi Ark, the gate where a citadel once stood. The horn that is used is more than 6 feet in length, and after the drum is beaten for the third time, ishtabil in Turkish, no person is allowed abroad in the streets except under liability of arrest. A similar custom is in use also at Isfahan, Tehran, Mashhad, Bokhara, and elsewhere, and I am inclined to think that it has nothing more to do with sun worship than has a sunset gun or a curfew bell. The bazaars in Urumia are in no way remarkable, but some of the shops carry a fair supply of European articles, one of the best shops being kept by an Armenian. The streets have none of the press and throng of people that mark the more densely populated towns. The number of inhabitants is variously estimated between 15,000 and 40,000, the difference in the estimates being largely due to whether the surrounding villages are taken into account or not. The majority of the population are Persians, the remainder is composed 1 Spiegel, Rodnisk Auerthumskund, 1. 131, and 3, Leipzig, 1891. 2. For traditions regarding Zoroaster's hermit life, see Zoroaster, pages 34, 189a, 194, and 1. With regard to the cave, see p. 61, and 1, above, and p. 173, and 1, below. For the usage in Tehran and other places, see p. 267, below, and Curzon, Persia, 1. 164, 174, 309, 350, 2. 27. The Nestorians 105 of Turks, Afsliers, Assyrian Nestorians, Zgmi Armenians, a few Jews, and a colony of Europeans. A special historic interest is attached to the so-called Nestorian Christians. They are not of Persian blood, but originally Syrians, or rather Assyrians, a term which they themselves prefer, or Chaldeans, as the French call them. They are descendants of the ancient followers of the Christian bishop Nestorius, who was excommunicated in the 5th century for holding unorthodox views concerning the divinity of Christ, not regarding him as the God-man, but separating his human personality from his divine nature. The adherents of Nestorius spread first into Persia, then far and wide through Asia, carrying their sectarian doctrines with them. In recent years a number of these Persian Nestorians from Urumia have come as immigrants to America, which they regard as a second El Dorado, and where they have found occupation in carpet shops, hat factories, and other industries. There is a colony of them in New York and in Yonkers, and as a rule they have proved themselves honest and faithful workers, anxious to avail themselves of the educational opportunities offered by the night schools, and keeping up their connection with the Christian Church. A description of Urumia would be incomplete without a notice of the Christian missions and their work in this difficult and dangerous field. America, France, England, and Russia are all represented in the cause, and some work is done by Germans and Swedes in the villages of the Urumia plain. The Americans were the first on the ground, in 1835, under the American Board of Foreign Missions. For 70 years they have labored with devoted zeal, teaching, preaching, helping the poor, and ministering to the sick, for the medical dispensary plays an important part in the activity of the mission. The buildings and grounds of the mission itself, though simple and unassuming, are an object lesson in making a place neat, homelike, and attractive, and a separate department is set 106 Urumia, a supposed early home of Zoroaster, aside as an office for the printing press which aids in the evangelical and educational work. Special facilities for female education are given in the Fisk Seminary, where girls receive a good schooling, and opportunities for higher study are offered to young men in Urumia College, which was founded by the missionaries many years ago. It is situated outside the city, about 20 minutes ride to the southwest, in a richly wooded enclosure, like a park, which served as a place of refuge for a large number of native Christians during the Kurdish raid. Here are gathered the various buildings of the institution: halls, plain but serviceable, recitation rooms, simple but neat, a small museum, a library, and offices, and last but not least the clinic and medical dispensary under Dr. Cochrane's supervision. The hospitality which I enjoyed also at the English mission gave me an opportunity to judge of that good work as well, and the same may be said of the representatives of the other Christian creeds in their respective spheres. At the cost of great personal sacrifice, and even risk of life, they are doing their share to fulfill the commandment which bids them to preach the gospel to all nations. To the mission friends, one and all, who were so kind to me during my stay, I feel deeply grateful. My heart was quite full as I mounted my horse to join my pack caravan, led by Shabbos, the Chdrvddr, Safar, my faithful servant, some attendants, and the 2 guards provided for my safety on the journey by the governor, Majidi Sultana. They were both well mounted, but Safar's horse resembled the rake which the clerk rode in the Canterbury Tales. The horse upon which Shabbos sat, cushioned for his pack saddle QPDLDN, was a heavy mattress of stuffed straw, looked better fed, but he had an uncanny fashion once in a while of getting his left forefoot out of joint, then hobbling a few feet till he stopped or fell, unless chance meanwhile twisted the dislocated joint back into place. The pack horse was a sturdy my caravan 107 grey stallion, and his color led to our calling him Kabud. Litter my ally blue own animal was a small but good horse, so I dubbed him Rockshare, after the famous charger of Rustum, much to the amusement of the Persians that heard the name. When all was ready the signal was given, and away our cavalcade started on the 12 days' journey to Hamadan. Chapter X. By caravan and cavalcade, where beasts and men together o'er the plain move on a mighty caravan. Wadsworth, Descriptive Sketches, 8. Meshadi, Meshadi, Meshadii. In a gentle crescendo and with musical accent cries the voice of our Persian servant A to awaken the naib or master of the caravanserai. Muffled hall, ball, yes, yes, responds from a distant corner of the walled enclosure, and in a few minutes from somewhere in the darkness there peers into the mud-built sleeping room the owner of this oriental title. In reality the appellative Meshadi designates a Moslem who has made the pilgrimage to Meshhad, if not to Mecca. In practice, however, it is often applied loosely, like our colonel, major, or professor, and frequently has little more dignity than the colloquial American boss. Yet Meshadi, Hussein, or whatever his name may be, is probably a tall, dignified individual, often handsome, with rather fine features, a chiseled nose, and a broad forehead surmounted by a high Persian cap. In his veins still flows some of the blood that made great the race of Cyrus, but he is slow, frequently shiftless, at the same time generally possessed of an eye to the main chance, but always kindly in his quiet way. The camel drivers are already up and starting before daylight. It is high time to be off. The dull dong, dong not ding, dong, for there is no variety coming from the huge bells attached to the dromedaries and mules, tells that the caravan train, or Persia's 20th century express, is on the move. But he who wishes to travel fast, as there are number 108, preparations at dawn 109 railroads in Persia, must have his own cavalcade of horses, as I did, eked out sometimes by mules or even by donkeys. If the route lies on the beaten tracks, one may resort to post horses and go chdpdr. But post haste in the kingdom of the Shah does not mean much, as a rule, and patience unbounded is a necessary prerequisite for the traveler who does not wish to grow gray with anxiety and loss of temper at delays. The sun is not yet up, murky darkness still floods the caravanserai. The small sleeping room above, or laid kayidna, as the upper chamber is called, is lighted by the flicker of a primitive palm oil lamp, or by a candle, if the voyager has had the forethought to purchase one at the last bazaar. All this while, however, the man in charge of the wretched hostelry has been silently standing at the rickety door waiting for orders. But your first inquiry is, where are the horses, are they ready? Asked Kajade, and asked Jurhastand. The unfortunate necessity of asking this question early will be learned with time, if time exists in almost clockless Persia. Only too often it happens, unless one has taken the precaution to have the animals tied or properly hobbled, that the horses have wandered off during the night to a distance of 3 or 4 miles, grazing on the plain. With camels there is perhaps less chance of this, as the wary camel driver has forced his ungainly beasts to lie down in a crowded circle around the bundles of hay that serve as a magnet to keep the nose of the ship of the desert duly pointed toward the fodder pole. With the fleet little Persian horses the case is different. The keen strain of Arab blood keeps up their love of the desert, and at the slightest provocation, unless controlled, they scamper miles away on the plain. The horses must, therefore, be recovered, and the ndib of the caravanserai summons his head man to perform the task. He responds with the conventional maishashm, implying, "Eyes are the forfeit if I fail to do your worship's bidding," and disappears in the darkness. By experience it will be found 110 by caravan and cavalcade well to promise a silver tip to the whipperan's lash, if he will only secure the renegade horses betimes, so that the day's journey may begin. This attractive promise is sufficient to call forth a lazy stretching also on the part of a second, a third, or a fourth attendant, each of whom slowly throws off the lethargy of sleep and declares that he stands ready to saddle and give extra barley to the horses on their return. In fact, one of the group gives assurance that the animals are already nearby. God save the phrase. Nearby may mean half an hour or more of the traveler's patience, who thinks vainly of American speed and the timetable rush of the latest Chicago Limited. The intervening time, however, has not been vacant, though darkness still prevails. Our own excellent and faithful manservant Safar, who has learned through Western contact the meaning of the word hustle and has caught the enigmatic force of its indefinable spell, has been busy every moment. In an instant he has kindled a fire with a skill that is the despair of one who looks upon the combustionless combination of damp faggots, sedge grass, briar bush, and perhaps pancakes of manure fuel. Fresh water, dbi tamiz, has been brought by invisible hands evoked out of the darkness. The samovar, or Russian tea urn, which forms part of the advance guard of encroaching a Russian civilization, is already simmering. Moment later, while you are adjusting your riding leggings, the faithful Safar has an improvised breakfast of some sort ready to be served on the mud floor of the room. The bread consists of huge leathern aprons of dough, which I have already mentioned in describing the extraordinary productions that result from a combination of Persian wheat and old Iranian ovens. The loaves are not loaves in our sense, but enormous flat pancakes, 2 feet long, a foot or more wide, and of the thickness of a griddle cake. In baking they are deftly slapped against the side of an earthen jar or oven sunk in the floor of some dingy living room or of a real Persian bakery in an early breakfast. 111 The bazaar. For traveling they are the most convenient article of food imaginable, for they serve not only to be eaten, but also as a wrapper to fold up the knife and fork, a chicken, sweetmeats, or what not, just as one would use heavy brown paper. This Persian bread, called naan, or nun according to the dialect, is generally moist when served and often a bit soggy, but when allowed to grow dry and crisp, it is excellent to the taste, though sometimes fatal to the digestion. But all this talk or description of breakfast is after all only a digression, for if one is in haste, the breakfast often consists only of a raw qgg some bread, and a good cup of tea, drunk from a glass crammed half full of sugar. When time allows, fortune may add a bit of roast meat, cabbed, or chicken, and 2 or 3 ginger snaps as a special treat. The latter are the cherished remains of the parting box, or present for the road, given instead of a stirrup cup by the good housewife of the missionary whose hospitality it has been a privilege to enjoy. Time has all the while been elapsing. The stray horses have at last been captured, we do not know how far away. Their thin-shod hoofs have a cheery ring as they approach the manzil, or halting place of the caravanserai. The pack must therefore be made ready to load upon the draft horse. This is the signal for commanding the mafarish hand to be prepared. This piece of baggage consists of 2 huge oblong carpet pockets shaped like chests and bound round with stout goat hair ropes. All the utensils, including the folding camp bed, must be tumbled into these receptacles, with an eye, however, to equal balance. When both are firmly lashed, the sturdy chdravdar or caravan leader, skillfully lifts the first and afterward the second on his back and staggers beneath the burden down the unequal mud steps or lowers it from the roof to the court below, and deposits his load on either side of the pack horse or mule. With signals, hoists, grunts, pulls, tugs, shoves, and punches, the loads are finally lifted on the animal's back 112 by caravan and cavalcade and properly adjusted. Then comes the tying. A Persian can give points to a Jakhtar in the matter of knotting a rope, but despite all the skill the load sometimes does slip, and it is well to add or subtract a tip at the end lowering luggage from the housetop at dam of the day according to the way in which the pack was fastened. Saddling likewise takes time, for everything except money goes slowly in Persia. All the native members of the cavalcade, manservant, muleteer, guide, and armed guards, have their horses' girths passed through iron rings and cinched. Only the foreign jazda, or master, with his European saddle has recourse to buckles. Delays are still the order of the hour, and nothing but an oft-repeated zood, zfid, tez, quick, quick, hurry up, followed by a threat and then a promise of silver, furnishes the means of securing even the slowest haste. Among the animals of the cavalcade the sahib's horse is supposed to be the best, which is not always saying a great. The start 113 deal, but usually better still is the horse of the head guard, who owns his own steed, which he proudly claims to be an Arab. The pack horse generally has no rider. The servant takes the next best horse, and the shgird or postilion, if one may dignify this individual by so high a title, takes what is left. But the last shall be first, as experience will prove, for the postboy usually manages to reserve for himself one of the better horses out of the poor lot, and if he does not, there is little gain for the traveler. No train goes faster than its last car, and the caravan leader is a bad man to leave behind. At last we are ready to start. Nearly 2 hours of time have been used up, largely with unnecessary delays. Quick, hurry up, is again the command. But payment for the night's lodging must not be forgotten. It is paid to the overseer of the manzil. Gratuity given to him generally means the same as a tip to all as to the head waiter in the Vienna cafe system. If the gift be large enough to meet the general approval, a combined good wish, Kajid Hafiz, God be mindful of you, greets the departing company, and a word of praise, Kale Kub, very good, is bestowed upon the best horse and serves as an omen of promise for the journey. As we ride out through the low door of the courtyard, darkness is just beginning to vanish. For safe traveling it is always well to have the light of day. Find ourselves a moment later in the midst of a passing caravan. Join the motley assembly of camels, horses, mules, donkeys, muleteers on foot, pilgrims and merchants, that make up this heterogeneous company. The never-ceasing dong of the big copper bells, the rasping bray of the little donkeys that are wide awake, but staggering beneath crushing loads, the dull pace of the wag-eared mules prodded on by their drivers, the chatter of the men, and the peculiar odor of the scraggly-coated camels, make a deep impression on the senses. The gray streaks of dawn now lighten in the horizon. The sky takes on a more silvery hue. Night withdraws her star 114 by caravan and cavalcade bespangled fan and reveals the blush of dawn. The nightingale's song is hushed before the carol of the lark. And out of the cavern of the hills the sun rises in splendor to shed its glory as of old over the ancient land of Iran. Such is the composite picture left on my mind by many weeks of caravanning through Persia, but few of my earlier journeys were started amid sunshine and the carol of birds. Winter still reigned during most of the time I was in Azerbaijan, and persistently refused to give up his sway. The calendar pointed to the end of March when I left Urumia, but spring was a long way off, and snow and bad roads were a constant source of delay on the journey and were destined to be so for a fortnight and more to come. For the first 3 days after leaving Urumia I had the company of a Nestorian friend, Reverend Yaru M. Nisan, whom I had met in America a number of years before, when I began my Persian studies, and who is now a priest in the Anglican mission at Van. He knew the country round about as only a native can, and his fund of information and stock of anecdotes were inexhaustible. I still can see the humorous twinkle in his eye as he put on his cartridge belt and pistol, before we mounted, and said, patting it affectionately, "It is more blessed to give than to receive, bullets." To beguile the time as we rode along, he told story after story in a manner that would have delighted Chaucer's heart. It was now an account of the old woman whose cleverness saved the citadel of Van in time of siege by bidding her beleaguered countrymen adopt the strategy of pouring down from the citadel showers of fine white ashes. These the enemy took for flour and abandoned the siege, because it seemed useless to beleaguer a fortress so well supplied with food that its occupants could thus lavishly throw away flour. Next it was the tale of the witty vizier whose artful dodge made Shah Abbas pay for the dish of cherries which he himself had eaten. One see my letter in the Evening Post, New York, October 3, 1903. Stories by the Wayside 115 or, once again, an exciting narrative of Yaru's own experience when attacked by bandits some years before, while returning from Saoibulak. A reminiscence called forth by passing a pile of stones heaped up by the roadside to mark the spot where a native had been murdered a month before. The soft piping of a Kurdish shepherd in the hills turned the conversation to pastoral life. Nisan had tended the flocks in his youth, and he told how the shepherds, as in the Bible, knew every sheep by name, how they would sometimes seek shelter from the cold by sleeping in the mud enclosures built to protect the sheep at night on the plain, and he described some of the primitive shepherd customs handed down from the earliest antiquity. All the birds that hovered about, the long-tailed magpie, thrush, and crested lark, seemed to be familiar friends, while the eagles and kites soaring above our heads were old acquaintances of his. And so the journey proceeded. Satlug, near Dizadakia, was our resting place for the first night. Here the courtesy of our native host, who was a relative of Mr. Nisan, appeared to contrast strangely with the fierce appearance given him by a huge dagger at his belt and the gun which lay by his side at night to forestall a surprise or raid. The equipment of his arsenal seemed to be plentiful, but no less abundant was the supply of provisions in his larder. From these he gave us in profusion at supper that evening, and it was then that I noticed for the first time the fondness of the Persians for melted butter, rudgavi. New significance was thus imparted to the Avestan passage which describes how Zermaya Rayokna, clarified butter of springtime, is the first food which the faithful who have died in Zoroaster's creed receive when they enter into paradise. Before daybreak I was awakened by a messenger who entered my room armed with gun and pistol. He had come from Urumia and had ridden through the night to deliver to me a cablegram which had reached the city after 1YT 2218. 116 by Kabavan and cavalcade sunset. The city gates were closed, and the guards, taking him for a horse thief, had refused to let him pass until he presented his credentials, when he was allowed to hasten on his way to overtake my caravan. The cable had become much garbled in the course of transmission, but happily the cipher contained good news from my distant home. WMT, YC, ORTL. CC, 5, Happy Face, and E*FMRFR Elm Fay Persian Telegbam. I'm by this time day had broken, and after a good breakfast in Persian style our pack was put in order by the servants, and we were ready for an early start. Neighing horses, barking dogs, and an oft-repeated cut-titfiz from our host and his friends sped us onward upon our journey along the shores of the blue lake of Urumia. The village of Mohamediar, a place of about 100 houses, was our next night's lodging after 10 hours on the road, and we again enjoyed native hospitality, this time in a large living room filled with men, women, children, and smoke. Owing to the cold weather and the rain, all were huddled together around the urn-shaped hole in the mud floor contain a caravan of nomads Shasayulai Lill, Nkakul Al a night at Mohamedar 117 some smouldering embers. Baby in its mother's arms was choking with the croup, and another small tot was gasping with whooping cough. The rest of the children, however, looked healthy and kept constantly running in and out, chattering and playing, while the women were occupied with their work. The women, like the men, were dressed in a common blue cotton cloth, usually with their feet and limbs bare to the knees, and wore a red kerchief about the head. Their faces were not veiled, because the village women, especially among the Kurds, do not conceal their features, and as these women were Armenians and Nestorian Persians, they moved about with greater freedom from restraint in the presence of the men. The men, meanwhile, were holding a conference and drew nearer together to discuss a matter requiring important side ration. Band of Kurds had come down and carried off a young Armenian girl from the village, and had disappeared with the captive over the mountains. The deliberation of the council resulted in maturing a plan for restitution or revenge, and an appeal was also sent to the governor at Urumia, but I never heard what the outcome of the affair was. Early in the morning my caravan was on the march, and I had an opportunity of making what I believed to be an interesting identification in connection with Zoroaster's ministry locating the district where he most probably made his first convert. This was near the village of Kirkara, between Mohamediar, Darilak, and Mayandub. From tradition we know that the first adherent won by Zoroaster for his religion was his own cousin, named Mahdi Hyoimanha in the Vesta, and Meviamag in Pahlavi. The scene of the conversion is located by the Pahlavi writings of Zatsparam in the forest of reedy hollows, which is the haunt of swine of the wild boar species. Now we know that Zoroaster passed much of the earlier part of his life in the region of Lake One on the tradition of Zoroaster's first convert, see My Zoroaster, p. 54, and cf. Esenberg, Liber de Zoroaster, p. 24. Zatsparam 2. 38 118 by caravan and cavalcade Urumia, av Chechasta, and that the southern shores of this lake, from times of antiquity, have been covered with great tracts of reeds. The map today shows a forest of reeds, some 60 miles in extent, and I had already heard accounts of this when I was in Tabriz and Urumia. The forest of reedy hollows in the Zoroastrian tradition is evidently identical with this. The highroad which leads around the lake and toward Raga, now Rei, near Tehran, where Zoroaster's mother is said to have been born, passes along its very edge. The region abounds in hollows and reeds, and I saw immense masses of the slender stalks, some of them 15 or 20 feet high, cut from the forest, and I heard a number of stories from people who had been lost among them in the marshes. In this region, likewise, the swine of the wild boar species abounds, and the animals are hunted for sport by the natives. They are not eaten, however, by the Mohammedans, to whom the flesh of the hog is forbidden by the Quran, but by the Armenians, who have no such religious scruples in the matter and derive actual benefit in the way of food from the chase. 1. The surroundings of the place combine with what we know of Zoroaster's life from traditional sources, the Avesta, Zatsparam selections, Zartushtnama, and other works to make it reasonably probable that this forest of reeds, south of Lake Urumia, is the region at least to which the passage refers, even if we cannot identify the precise spot. At noon that same day, after luncheon at Darilak, I was obliged to lose Mr. Nissan's good company, as his missionary duties called him to Sawoy Bulak. I parted from him with regret, and the afternoon was lonely without him, despite the novel experience of camel riding, which I tried as a change from horseback. The dromedary which I mounted was one of 1 cf. Quran, Tr. Sale, Chapter 2, p. 18, 5, p. 73, etc. to see my article in JAOS 25 183 184, and, for a description of some experiences in this forest of grass and reeds, compare Perkins, 8 Years in Persia, pages 193 to 194, consult also Wilson, Persian Life, p. 105. FTLTIM, MMDRHWMMTUIMIIJBSE, BFLHBQST. 1. Isaralan, a village of Mudhouse Kirkara, near the Forest of Reeds, probably the district where Zoroaster made his first convert. Tradition of Zoroaster's first convert 119. The finest specimens of camel flesh that I saw in Persia, but I was glad to change back again to my horse, as the creature's gait was atrocious and one needs to be a good sailor to navigate with success the ship of the desert. Sunset found my caravan entering Myandub, a town of several thousand inhabitants, well named between two rivers, Mld and Dua. From its situation between the Jagadi and the Tatavu. Here I received a pleasant visit from an Armenian Persian for whom I had brought letters from Urumia. As we chatted on various subjects, I told him that I had been unable thus far to meet with any followers of Zoroaster's creed in Azerbaijan. He replied that this was not surprising to him, for he knew of but one fire worshipper, Atashparazv, in the district of Myandub, and that man called himself a Babi, a follower of the religious reformer whom I have previously mentioned. It may be possible that this Babi may have actually turned from Zoroastrianism to Babism, but more likely that he had chosen to conceal his religion under the garb of that eclectic faith for fear of persecution from fanatical Mohammedans, at whose hands non-acknowledgement of the Moslem creed may mean cruel oppression, and apostasy from Islam, death. Myandub itself lies in the undulating region southeast of the lake, at a height of 4,200 feet above sea level, and from this point the territory begins to be hilly and leads steadily upward through fine scenery in the high passes of the Mian Bulak Mountains to Sanjud. Before reaching these we had to cross the Jagadi River, which we did next day. One did not know until after my return to America that at Daslatapa, near the reed forest in the neighborhood of Myandub, Chlira is a cuneiform inscription on a rock, and there is said to be one also in the vicinity of Saoy Bulak. C.F. Wilson, Persian Life, pages 99, 105, Belk, Inchr. Tashteep, in ZTF Ethnol. Verhandel. Burl. Anthropgeselsch. 26, 1894, pages 479 SEQ, CF Streck, Z./ J.SS/R14. 144, there is also a rock-hewn cave in the same region. Wilson, Handbook of Asia Minor, p. 324, and De Morgan, Mission Scientifique en Perse, 4294-296. 120 by caravan and cavalcade in a huge scow that was large enough to ferry our horses and all across. I expected to make an extra stage in that day's journey, as I had become thoroughly accustomed to early starts and long marches, but I only reached Kashavar, a village with an old fort, at which we arrived about 3 in the afternoon. Here I came into violent collision with my caravan leader Shahbaz, because of his negligence and laziness. Everyone who travels in Persia is familiar with the struggle one usually has to go through with his CHDRVDDDR early in the journey, until it is settled once for all that the master is master and will tolerate no slackness, although ready promptly to reward good service. Shahbaz had yet to learn this lesson and be cured of some of his shortcomings, and the first dose of the medicine, which varied from gentleness and coaxing, bribes and rewards, to sternness and chastisement, was administered at Kashavar. This needed to be repeated a few times afterward, and with excellent effect, so that by the end of a month, when I dismissed Shahbaz to return to Urumia, he had become quite a model, as far as a Persian muleteer can be, and was well rewarded for his improvement. My manservant Safar, on the other hand, who had been capable from the outset, showed himself more reliable and valuable every day. The effect of his training among the missionaries manifested itself in many ways, and his quickness and intelligence were a delight to me. To improve his English and my Persian, we used sometimes at night to read and translate a simple storybook which had been given him, and with his English vocabulary his manners also seemed to improve. He learned how to be polite in his address, and his first blunt yes soon gave place to a more courteous yes, sir, and he knew what it meant to say thank you, a phrase not common among the Persians of the lower classes. His business-like methods in looking after my interests came more and more to the front. He found ways I should never have thought of for saving me money, and was quite impatient at from my andug to Sanjud 121 my readiness to pay rather than debate a price. His honesty, moreover, was unimpeachable, and he was likewise always helpful in arranging the details of the journey. The next stages of the march proceeded well, except when my horse Rockshare was taken with a chill and cramps in the mountain pass after leaving Saint Kala, and I feared I should have to leave the animal dead on the road where he lay. Shahbaz, however, worked over him, and we managed to pull Rockshare through, so that we reached Sanjud all right, though late in the afternoon. Sanjud, where I passed that night, April 2nd, is situated on the side of a steep ravine amid masses of rugged mountains. The approach to it from the north lies over high ridges, through deep defile, and past precipices, beneath which there run streams transformed into torrents by the rains and melting snows. The night was a cold one, but the panes of oiled paper in the windows shut out some of the wind, and the fire burned brightly. Around it were gathered a number of villagers, who made pretexts to come and interview the Farangal, most often to beg remedies for various ailments. One old man, a Kurd, stayed all the evening. He seemed to be a worthy personage and offered me the company of his 2 sons to act as guides the next day, as Shahbaz did not know the road to Ahmedabad and Takht-i Suleiman. The 2 appeared to be reliable fellows and of a sturdy type. I looked them over by the flickering light of a lamp made of an earthen bowl, filled with the oil of the castor plant, into which was stuck a piece of cotton twist to serve as a wick, for there was not even a tallow dip in the village. To be sure that they would come back in the morning, I took from the father a hay, or pawn, which he deposited as a guarantee for their appearance, and they departed with the promise to return betimes inshallah. Before sunrise they both were on hand, ready to guide the way over the heavy passes. One in the vicinity of Saint Kala there is reported to be a mound of ashes, the site of an ancient fire temple. See Bishop, Journeys in Persia, 2. 197-122 BT. Caravan and cavalcade. The snow lay 2 feet deep on the side of the hills and sometimes 3 or 4 in the gullies. Twice that day the horse which I rode went down under me in its treacherous depths. The glare from its white surface, when the sun came up, was dazzling and set up a painful inflammation in my eyes, one of the first stages of snow blindness. In places where the snow had melted, the mud was an obstacle to progress, so our advance was slow during most of the morning and afternoon. As we crossed the last ridge of hills the snow lessened, but the roughness of the road increased, since the path led for some distance along the rocky and precipitous bank of a river. The horses insisted upon walking as near the edge of the cliff as possible, and it was sometimes a marvel that they kept their footing. Rocks now and then almost totally barred the way, and we had to descend to the river's brink or else surmount them. It was no wonder that the load on the pack horse often became loose, causing a halt. I remember one jutting crag in particular, which stood like a giant buttress directly in our path. It was impossible to go around in front of it, and the only way was to climb up back of it. The angle seemed almost perpendicular, and to sit in the saddle was out of the question, so we had to dismount and scramble up past the crag as best we could, tugging the struggling horses behind us. As darkness began to fall, the mountain gorges became dangerous because of robbed bears, and at each turn in the road it interested me to watch the 2 guards lower their guns to the saddlebow, the one riding a short distance ahead, the other dropping behind. Thus we pushed on until after sundown, when we reached Ahmedabad, our manzil for the night. The place where we lodged adjoined a cow stable, but it was a well-constructed building, the only one with 2 stories in the village. The master of the house was entertaining his brother and some friends as guests for the night, but he offered me a welcome if I was willing to share the room with the party, to which I gladly consented. I found that I had really to con a rough road to Ahmedabad 123 tribute my share also toward the entertainment, however, by being constantly on exhibition before the company, who plied me with questions till past midnight, though I should have been glad to sleep and to rest my inflamed eyes. At last all were ready to retire. The Persians crept under the quilts that covered the kursi, or brazier, made like a low wooden table over the fire hole in the middle of the room, while I took to the blankets of my camp bed. Chapter 11 Takhti Suleiman, an ancient fortified town in ruins. We scrutinize the dates of long past human things, the bounds of effaced states, the lines of deceased kings. We search out dead men's words, and works of dead men's hands. Matthew Arnold, Empedocles on Etna. The sun had not yet drawn his sword from the scabbard of night, to adopt an oriental phrase, before I was again in the saddle and ready to start from Ahmedabad to Takhti Suleiman, or Solomon's throne, a ruined fortified city which Rawlinson claimed to be the capital of Media. I obtained as guide a peasant who was more familiar with the site than my own guides, and we set off at a brisk canter as the sun began to show over the hills, disclosing to the view Mount Zindan, Solomon's dungeon, toward which we directed our course. The path lay along the crest of a volcanic ridge. This elevation, formed partly of grayish-brown lava from the crater of Zindan, extends for 2 or 3 miles like the prostrate form of some huge giant whose head is Mount Zindan. There is no longer any life in the monstrous frame, but from the cavernous mouth of the hill there still arise blasts of fetid air, which lead one to wonder whether Mount Arazura-he-Griva, neck of the demon Arazura, the entrance to hell in the Avesta, may not have been an extinct crater like this prison of the Bivs. The hard basaltic conglomerate of the ridge echoed with a hollow sound as we galloped over it, and a score of tiny warm calcareous springs bubbled up from a row of miniature craters. 124 A mounted guard 5 Phi *F. And be a typical Persian village Mount Zindan 125, and showed the igneous origin of the ridge. It took me perhaps half an hour to reach the base of Solomon's prison height, which rises to an elevation of nearly 450 feet above the plain and is capped by a massive cone of conglomerate produced by the discharge from the interior of the volcano. The ascent to the summit of the rocky mass is very steep. On reaching the top I found the rim of the crater to be about 300 feet in circumference, and as I peered over into the dizzy abyss I could but think of Milton's lines, and in that lowest deep a lower deep, still threatening to devour, opens wide. The natives, in fact, regard the funnel-like shaft of Zindan as a bottomless pit, and there is no question that its depth must be several hundred feet, judging from the time required for a stone to reach what seemed to be the bottom. Crawling as near to the edge as I dared, and looking down, I could discern near the bottom a patch of snow, which showed that that part of the crater is not warm now, but there was perhaps a still lower depth, invisible, from which issued the sulphurous fumes that were exhaled to the air above. The view from the peak of Zindan is a fine one. On all sides rise lofty mountains. One of these to the north, called Tiklatai Bilj, throne of the Queen of Sheba, towers skyward to the height of 10,000 feet, and on its summit, so legends say, King Solomon built a summer palace for his beloved. The ridges to the east are less high, but they combine with the others to form a huge cauldron and shut in the plain, out of the midst of which rises a low hill of scarped rock, crowned with the ruins of Takhti Suleiman. The real size of the hill of the Takht is dwarfed by the height of the surrounding one. Throughout I have taken Zindan, and the ridge formed from it, to be of igneous origin. Rawlins Sojourn. Boy. Geographic SOC 10. 53-54, however, describes the scarped, rocky crest of the hill as a cinder cone and assigns to the mountain an aqueous origin. So do also Wilson, Persian Life, p. 162, and Gordon, Persia Bevi-cited, p. 62, following Rawlinson. 126 Takhti Suleiman, an ancient fortified town mountains, but its appearance and the shape of the enclosure on its summit recalled to my mind the description of the Vara of Umak Shayada, Jamshid, in the Avesta, although tradition does not locate the Vara in this particular region. Leaving the horses at the base of Mount Zindan, I started on foot with my guides over the snow toward the deserted ruin, half a mile or more distant. The sun was now some degrees above the horizon, and the glare from the crystal plain became excruciating to my inflamed eyes. I held my black hat before my face for relief, but it availed little against the blaze of light, and I hurried forward as fast as I could to reach my goal. As I approached them, the huge ramparts and colossal bastions of the massive pile, between 30 and 40 feet high, came out in their true proportions. The entrance to the stronghold was once made by 4 great gateways, roughly facing the cardinal points. Not all the details of these were clear, since the snow was much drifted against them and the western rampart is falling into ruins. On scaling the battlements at this point, I could make out, more or less distinctly, the general outline of the entire oblong enclosure, which is about 3/4 of a mile in circuit, yet it seemed to me hardly possible to reconstruct, even in imagination, any walls within the great stronghold itself, unless we should convert into such structures what I regarded as the outlines of a drive or causeway. I mention this fact now because of its relation to the problem of the identification of the site of Ecbatana, which I shall touch on later, pointing out how important a part is played by the battlements. Within the enclosure, the first feature that strikes the eye is the remains of 2 walls of stone and brick that once formed one CFBD 29. 14, 29. 5, 32. 5-2 see pages 151 to 156, below. I have since found that Canon George Rawlinson, following his brother, Sir Henry, in the belief that Aktai Suleiman represents the ancient Median Ecbatana, says, of the 7 walls, 1 alone is to be traced, and even here the Median structure has perished and been replaced by masonry of a far later age. 5 great monarchies, 327. The mountains hold 127 part of a rather high structure facing eastward. The side walls of this building, though shattered and crumbling, are still standing, and they show that the edifice could not have been less than 100 feet long and 40 feet wide. To me, even in the distance, they did not give the impression of great antiquity, certainly not of antedating the Mohammedan conquest, and this fact was proved by the fragments of Arabic letters inscribed upon what had once been the portal some 30 yards to the north-northeast. Are the remains of a second structure, an arched and vaulted building partly sunk below the ground and now largely a mass of rubbish and debris. Its dome-like outline rising amid the snowy surroundings may be seen in my photograph, and its general position with reference to the other remains in a rough sketch I made of the general elevation at this point. Conspicuous are the 2 arched portals through which one descends to the vaulted chamber of brick below, and also a small tower projecting above the northern elevation. The bricks which were used in the construction of the edifice are nearly a foot square, while the walls themselves are 4 or 5 feet thick and convey the impression that the vaulted chamber and its arched recesses once served as a place for preserving a precious treasure. The natives call the building the Hamd, Bath, *, but its true identification, as a great fire temple of most ancient date, was first made clear by Rawlinson, as will be explained hereafter. The other remains of buildings within the citadel of Takht I-11 have since found my observations borne out by Rawlinson Jugs. 1051, 66, who cites a statement of Mustafi to show that the Mongol king Abaka Khan, d. 1282, son of Hulagu Khan, restored this edifice. Compare also Wilson, Persian Life, p. 162. The site of the structures, however, was probably occupied originally by much older buildings, perhaps the ancient palace of the Kianian, Arsatian, and Sasanian kings. Resembling the bricks I afterwards saw at the fire temple near Isfahan and also in the walls of Rei, cf. pages 253, 255, 435, below. Rawlinson, JBGS. 1051, describes the walls as 15 feet thick, and he adds some details regarding the condition of the dome and the central chamber when he saw it. His description should be consulted, *, so also Kerr Porter was informed. See his travels, 2. 560-128 Takht Suleiman, an ancient fortified town. Suleiman are a group to the extreme north, which the natives call the Bazaar, and two others near the rampart on the southern and southwestern side. One of these latter the guide called the market, the other, somewhat to the southwest, which still has a tower-like shaft of its wall standing, he termed the kitchen. But neither of these structures gave me the impression of being very old, although it was difficult to examine them because of the depth of the snow. Aulanson's plan of Takht Suleiman. One of the most interesting features of the enclosure of Takht Suleiman is natural and not the work of human hands. It is a deep pond, some 300 yards in circumference, situated south of the central part of the Takht and plainly owing its existence to some action of a volcanic character. The depth of this reservoir is evidently great, for its rich emerald hue shades into an azure that resembles the color of the deep sea. Point 2. The water is exquisitely clear, but somewhat saline or one for some description of them. See Kerporter, Travels, 2. 560, and E. Awlinson, JBGS, 10. 51. 2. Rawlinson, Jegs. 1050, gives the depth as 26 fathoms. The pond and the gateway 129 calcareous to the taste, and it possesses a peculiar petrifying quality, imparted to it by the strong impregnation of calcium, so that its banks are encircled by a stony rim formed by the incrustation from the water wherever it overflows. In the plain a serpentine dike, called as Dahak by the natives, after the name of the mythical dragon, has also been built up by the deposit left as the stream flows down in a sinuous course from the height. When I saw the lake, the chief outlet seemed to be over the road leading out of the southeastern gateway, and the water was pouring through this in large quantities. Despite the outflow, which is constant, the volume of water, like the Avestan stream of Ardvisura, appears never to diminish, being constantly replenished from some unknown source. 1. The great gateway at this point of the battlements is in an excellent state of preservation, and I even saw, if my memory serve me, the mason's signs marked on the bastions to the right and left of it, such as I saw on the wall of the terrace built by Cyrus near Murgab. The height of the rampart is here no less than 40 feet, and its structure gives a good idea of the masonry of the rest of the wall. The large oblong blocks of which it is composed measure more than 2.5 feet by 1.5, and are laid in a horizontal line with narrow upright stones fitted carefully between them, somewhat in this fashion. 2. I did not see elsewhere in Persia, either at Kangavar, Murgab, or Persepolis, stones so peculiarly set, although in the latter cases the blocks were more massive than those of Takht Suleiman. 1 have since found that E. Awlinson, JBGS 10, 48, conjectures that the pond is connected by an underground siphon with some obscure mountain source. 2. My notes may be supplemented by Collinson, OPCITP 47, who also refers to the extreme nicety with which the stones are fitted. 130 Takht Suleiman, an ancient fortified town. Wishing to have a full view of the Takht from the eastern side as well, I walked along the citadel height, through the deep snow, to a point about the middle of the rampart, facing the rising sun. The descent from the battlement was here extremely steep, but with the aid of my guides I found a place by one of the bastions where the snow was drifted almost to the level of the wall, and, as the crust was hard, I slid down and tramped off to a considerable distance in the direction of the eastern hills, so as to view the Takht in its full extent, including the northern end. The light at the time was unfavorable for photographing, so that 2 of pictures failed, but the third, which takes in a part of the middle section, especially the domed roof of the famous fire temple, came out fairly well, and, when supplemented by my rough sketch of the side elevation, will convey some idea at least of Takht Suleiman as I saw it. The noble contour of the walls was clear to me, but the impression which I received from this side of the Takht, as from the others, was not favorable to the theory of identifying it with Herodotus' description of the walls of Ecbatana. Up to this point I have given my own observations and memoranda without alluding to any historic accounts of Takht-i-Suleiman and without any detailed references in the text to Sir Henry Rawlinson's claim that Takht-i-Suleiman represents the Atropatene Ecbatana and the site of the ancient capital of northern Media. Although I knew in a general way of his theory, I purposely refrained from reading his monograph until I had studied the locality myself and had also visited Hamadan. In fact, I wrote out my notes for this chapter when on the steamer returning to America, and did not consult the famous essay until I reached home. Nor did I see Canon George Rawlinson's arguments, summing up his brother's treatise, until I had visited Hamadan and had already formed my own judgment in favor of the traditional one. Rawlinson, Notes on a Journey to Takht-i-Suleiman and on the site of the Atropatene Ecbatana, in Jugs. 10:1-158, London, 1841. Identification of the ruins 131. View that Hamadan, and not Takht-i-Suleiman, really occupies the site of ancient Ecbatana. Although I do not accept Sir Henry's view that the Takht is the site of Ecbatana, and I am not alone in my dissent, 2. I fully accept his unquestionable identification of Takht-i-Suleiman with the Shiz of the Arab writers, and probably also with the Ghazna and Ganza of the Persians, the Gazaka or Kanzaka of the classical writers, and, I may now add, the Ganjak of the Pahlavi texts. In dealing with the subject, I shall first present the grounds for Rawlinson's identification of the ruins with the ancient Shiz and the fire temple of Adhargushnasp. Afterward I shall touch on their probable identity with Ghazna, Ganzaka, Ganjak, etc., as Rawlinson believed. Some of the citations which he uses to prove his point will be found also in my book on Zoroaster, where I had independently given them for another purpose, but I reproduce the more important of them here because of their value in this connection and because they give an excellent idea of Takht-i-Suleiman. The first statement which I cite, and which was used also by Rawlinson, is taken from an account of the stronghold written by Yakut, about AD 1220. Yakut speaks of Shiz as located among mountains that abound in ore and mineral wealth, and describes the lake, whose petrifying qualities I have mentioned, and speaks of the buildings, especially the ancient fire temple, within the circuit of the city's walls. Yakut's account reads as follows: 1. See George E. Awlinson, 5 Great Monarchies, 324-28, London, 1865. 2. George Rawlinson mentions the fact that his brother's view was combated by Quatremphora in the Memoirs de Vie Academique des Inscriptions et Belles Lettres, 19. 419 seq. 3. The name Shiz, as stated above, p. 73, is derived through an Arabic corruption of Siz from Sikasta, the Avestan name of Lake Urumia. This title designates the district as we use as the city, and the same is true of Kazan, Jazan, Ganja, Ganza, Lat Kanzaka or Ganzaka, which is generally believed to be another designation for the same place. My asterisk see Zoroaster, pages 195, 197, 201, 202, 204, and compare Gottheil, references to Zoroaster, in Classical Studies in honor of Henry Drissler, pages 40-45. Most important is the monograph by Rawlinson, JBGS. 1065-158. 132 Takht-i-Suleiman, an ancient fortified town Shiz, a district of Azerbaijan. Its name is a form of Kais out of which the Arabs have made Shiz. It is said that Zerdusht, the prophet of the fire worshippers, came from there. The chief place of the district is Urumia. Here is what Miss Arbn equals Muhalhal, AH 330 AD 940, says about Shiz. This town is situated between Moraga, Zanjan, Sharzur, and Dinavar, in the midst of mountains containing mines of gold, quicksilver, lead, silver, orpiment, and amethysts. Wall encloses the city, and within its circuit is a pool whose bottom cannot be sounded. I dropped a line in it more than 14,000 cubits, but the lead did not find any resting place and remained steady. The area of the lake is about 1/4 of an acre. Earth soaked with water from it immediately becomes hard stone. 7 streams of water flow from the lake, each of which turns a mill before flowing out under the wall. At Shiz there is also a large fire temple, which is held in great veneration. From it are lighted the fires of the Magians from the east to the west. On the top of the dome there is a silver crescent which is a talisman. Many rulers have tried to remove it, but have not succeeded. One of the extraordinary things connected with the temple is, that a fire has been kept burning in it for 700 years without any ashes having been found, nor has the fire gone out for a single hour. Haraz ibn Khusrushir ibn Bahram built the city of plaster, kilns, and stone. Near, ind, the fire temple stand lofty palaces and large and magnificent buildings. Whenever an enemy advances to take the city and plants his ballista against its walls, the stone from the machines falls into the pool which we have mentioned, and if he move the ballista back from the wall, even as far as 1 cubit, the stone falls outside the wall. So far Abutilaf Misar ibn Muhalhal, the poet, but I cannot vouch. One variant readings are Jiscls, his, and Jin's. In reality Shiz is a corruption of CLZ, Avestan C. Fasta, CP 73, above, and my Zoroaster, P 197. To this extravagant number in the Arabic text is reduced in the Persian version to 4,000, which in itself is exaggerated enough. C. Rawlinson, JRQ 8. 1068, and 4, Barbie de Maynard. Diet. Geographic P 368, and 1. The true depth is not more than 156 feet, as given by Rawlinson, OJ 9. CITP 50. Lit. Amirs, Kazvinai has concairs. Asterisk. This is evidently the imposture of the Coles, w\a.vri.dvd.pd alluded to by the Church Father Georgius Cedrinus, CP 141 below. J. Omit here a legend which recounts how the city was built by Hermes on the spot where a fire had appeared at the grave of a messenger whom he had sent to worship Christ and who had died on his return. V5. S50, J, P asterisk. The ruined fire temple at Takht-i-Sulayman, buried in the snow. Takht-i-Sulayman from the east, after a sketch by the author, Yakut's description 133. For the truth of his statement, 4 things are told on his authority which are inaccurate and untrue. I have incorporated it here as I found it, but Allah knows best. Someone else has related that in Shiz there is the fire of Adharakshir, a temple honored of the Magians. It was customary for their kings, when they ascended the throne, to make a pilgrimage thither on foot. The people of Maraga and of this neighborhood call this place Gaznd, but Allah knows best. Yakut has furthermore a separate short article on Graznkh-Kajdi, and its fire temple, which, if taken in connection with his previous assertion that Kazngaznd, Ghaznike, is the Persian form and Shiz the Arabic form, shows that he regards the two places as one, and their identity is generally accepted. Thus, in his brief note on Gaznd, he says, Ghazna is a small town about 6 farsakhs from Maraga. In it there is a place of worship of the Magians and an old fire temple, and also a great and very old palace built by K. Khosrau. Asterisk. And again, in his statement under Jaznak, Yakut says, Jaznak is a small but very flourishing town in the vicinity of Maraga, and one may see there the ruins of edifices erected by the ancient kings of Persia, and also a temple of fire. The Persian geographer Kazvinai, about AD 1263, repeats almost word for word the same statement regarding the lake, the walls, and the fire temple at Shiz, and adds that Zoroaster came from the city of Azerbaijan. One spelled Adrakshir, without vocalization, but vocalized as Adharkush, good fire, in the edition of Masudi, Kita at Tanbluh, ed. Dagoj, in Bibliotheca Geographorum Arabicorum, 8. 95. 4 other readings of the name, all of which are evident corruptions of Adhargus Nasp, see Rawlinson, JRQS. 10-104. 2 C. Yakut, ed. Wustenfeld, 3. 354, and the translation by Barbie de Maynard, Diet. Geographic p. 367 seq. Also the version by Gottheil, References to Zoroaster, in Classical Studies in honor of Henry Drissler, my p. 42, cited in Zoroaster, p. 200. For aid in translating the passage from the Arabic, I am indebted to my friend and former pupil, Dr. William Popper. See especially Noldik, Geschichte Perser und Araber, p. 100, and 1, accepting Rawlinson's view, which is maintained also by Marquardt, Erdenstetter, p. 108, and others. Yakut, p. 488, cf. Also Gottheil, References to Zoroaster, p. 44. Yakut, p. 161. 134 Takhti Suleiman, an ancient fortified town. Zaradusht, the prophet of the Magians, takes his origin from there, i.e. Azerbaijan. It is said that he came from Shiz. He went to the mountain Savalan, living apart from men. He brought forth a book the name of which was Basta, i.e. Avesta. Still earlier Arab and Persian writers mentioned Shiz and its renowned fire temple, as I have shown in my Zoroaster, p. 198, to which work I may refer, and I therefore give only the main points here. Thus Ibn Khordadbeh, who wrote about AD 816, and whose father is said to have been a Magian, enumerates the important cities of Azerbaijan and includes, Janza, i.e. Ganja, the city of Aberwiz, i.e. Perviz, Jabrawan, Naraz, Urmia, the city of Zaradusht, Salmas, and Shiz, in which there is a fire temple at Harjushnas F, which was venerated by the Magians, and it was customary when one of their Monday arches ascended the throne, for him to make a pilgrimage thither on foot from Matan, i.e. the Sasanian capital Ctesiphon. Al-Hamid-Hani, about AD 910, repeats the same statement elsewhere, Janja, Jabrawan, and Urumia, the city of Zaradusht, and Shiz, in which there is the fire temple of Ad-Harjush Nasf, which is held in high veneration by the Magians. In still another passage the same author says that the fire of Ad-Harjush Nasp belonging to Khosrow, and originally located elsewhere in Azerbaijan, was removed to Shiz. Ad-Harjush Nasf, the fire of Khosrow, was in Ad-Harbijan, but Anushirvan removed it to Shiz. Masudi, died AD 951, in his account of the various fire temples, in Meadows of Grald, chapter 68, says, 1 See Gottheil, References to Zoroaster, pages 40, 42, and 2, Rawlinson, J.B., and S. 10. 68, and My Zoroaster, p. 201. 2 See Ibn Khordadbeh, ed. Dagoj, Bibl Geographic Arab. 6, 119, and Translo, p. 91. It is to be observed that Ibn Khordadbeh distinguished between Ganja and Shiz, as will be noted below, p. 136. Al-Hamid Hanel, Kitb al-Buldan, ed. Dagoj, Bibl Geographic Arab. 5 My 286, see also Zoroaster, p. 198. Al-Hamid Hani, p. 246, see also Gottheil, References to Zoroaster, p. 45. A famous fire temple 135. A fourth fire temple is found in the country of Shiz and Aran. It was originally consecrated to those idols which Anushirvan destroyed. Others say that Anushirvan, having found in this temple an altar on which the sacred fire was burning, transported it to a place called Albirka, the basin, near Shiraz. The ancient Kianian king Khosrow built a temple which was known under the name of Kusuja. The still earlier writer, Asmai, died AD 831, a scholar at the court of Harun al-Rashid, mentions Shiz and its fire temple in his account of the campaign of the Sasanian king Khosrow Perviz against the Byzantine emperor Heraclius, 623–627. The king Khosrow went until he arrived at the city of Shiz, where there is a very great fire temple which remains to this day. Khosrow remained constantly at prayer, in this temple, while he ordered his army to form an entrenched camp, and he abode for a month at Shiz to refresh himself and his troops, and employed himself in collecting provisions and establishing bazaars. Taberi, the historian, 840-923, speaks of the rich gifts made to the fire temple, of Adhargushnasp, at Shiz in Azerbaijan by the Sasanian king Bahram Gur, after his victory over the Turkmens, about AD 420. Bahram's route, on returning from that campaign, lay through Azerbaijan. Accordingly he sent to the fire temple in Shiz the rubies and other jewels which were in the crown of the vanquished Khakan, and also his own sword, inlaid with pearls and jewels, as well as many other ornaments. The Khatun, or wife of the Khakan, he made an attendant in the temple. The native Persian lexicon, Farhang-i Anjuman-i Ardi Enisari, a modern but valuable compilation, cites an older work which one C. Masudi, Les Prairies d'Or, Tr. Barbie de Maynard, 4. 74, Paris, 1865. The name Kosuja is evidently a scribal error for Gonza. Shiz is mentioned by Masudi also at 2. 235 to Ismai, cited by E. Allinson, JJB/S. 1076, from whom the passage is quoted, Taberi, translated in Noldik, Gesh. Der Perser Araber, pages 100, 102, 104, also Rawlinson, Jugs. 1077, and compare Justi, Grundr. Iran. Filal. 2527. 136 Takhti Suleiman, an ancient fortified town likewise speaks of the fire of Adhargushnasp at Shiz and the association of Zoroaster's name with the place. Thus, the author of the Haft-IJCLLM says that Shiz is the name of a city between Maraga and Zangan, and there was a great fire temple there, called Adhargushnasp, which was held in great esteem by the Persian kings, who used to come to the mountain on foot. The origin, ASL, of Zaradusht was from there, and he went to the mountain Sabalan and composed there the book Abasta and brought it to King Gushtasp. Taking all these quotations together, especially Yakut's statement about the mountains that contain ore, the lake whose waters produce petrifaction, and the famous temple of fire, it is clear that Takhti Suleiman, or Solomon's throne, is actually the site of the ancient city of Shiz, and that when standing on its terrace we have the ruins of the historic Pirsum of Adhargushnasp before us. May therefore accept Rawlinson's identification of the site of the so-called Throne of Solomon, Takhti Sulaim Ti, as complete and convincing, just as we now know that the ruins in southern Persia which the natives call Throne of Jamshid, Takhti Jamshid, are really the historic Persepolis of the Achaemenians. I shall now turn to the second part of the discussion, the arguments of the same scholar to show that the city referred to in the classics as Gazaka or Gonzaka, and in Armenian as Gonzag, is likewise identical with Shiz and consequently with the present Takhti Suleiman. Have already seen that Yakut regarded Giazan and Shiz as identical places, even if the earlier Ibn Khordadbeh differentiated them to prove the correctness of the identification. Rawlinson makes use of data connected with the campaign of Khosrow Parviz against Bahram I. This new illusion, which I add to Rawlinson's material, has recently been made accessible by von Stack-Elberg, Persisksagengeskikt, in WZKM. 12233. 2G quotation from Ibn Khordadbeh given on p. 134, above, and compare also the remarks by Noldik, Geschichte der Perser und Araber, p. 100, and 1. Ancient Gazn and Shiz 137 Koban, AD 589, and the wars of the Byzantine Emperor Heraclius against Khosrow, AD 624, and draws deductions also from the movements of Mark Antony against the Parthians 6 centuries earlier. I shall not attempt to reproduce Rawlinson's arguments in detail, but shall simply state that most scholars accept his identification, together with the view that the ruins represent the site of what was also called Fraspa, and the fortress of Vera in Media. It may be taken as practically certain that if Gonzaga and Shiz in antiquity were not absolutely one and the same city, the former cannot have been located far distant from the latter, and we may perhaps distinguish between the city in the plain and the fortress on the height, following the statement quoted by Rawlinson from Strabo, who says, "The summer residence of the kings is at Gonzaga, situated in a plain and in a strong fort named Vera, which was besieged by Mark Antony in his expedition against the Parthians." 2. As a matter of conjecture, in that event, I might refer to the modern place named Ganjabad, a short distance to the northeast of Takht-i-Sulayman, about lat 37 degrees 15 minutes, long 47 degrees 45 minutes, see the map at the end of this volume, or to a place marked Ganja between Sanjut and Tikantapa on the map in Curzon's Persia by way of supplement. However, to Rawlinson's monograph, I present one or two new matters of evidence on the subject of Gonzak, Shiz, and the fire temple at Hargushnasp. The testimony is in the form of Zoroastrian traditions, relating especially to the earlier king Khosrau, Av Kavi Reis Rabake, who is supposed to have lived about BC 800, and his enemy, Afrasiab the Turanian, Av Tur Yafre Eurasian. 1 Rawlinson, JBGS. 1071-111, 113-115, Noldik, Geschichte Perser und Araer, p. 100, and 1 Marquard, Erdensatter, p. 108, Justi, Grundr. Iran. Filal. 2 527, 542, 544 Darmstädter, Lesia. 1 155, and 12. 2 Strabo, Geographic 11. 13-3, C.F. Rawlinson, JBGS. 10 113. Some critics read "and the Winter Palace is in a strong fort," contrasting the residences according to the seasons, but this is less good. 3 Streck, ZTF Assur. 15 compares Gonzaga or Gazaka with Gizan, Kissi, and notices the forms of the name Jis, Shiz. 138 Takhti Sulayman, an ancient fortified town. A Pahlavi treatise written early in the 9th century AD and entitled Shatrol Hadel Erden, from the account which it gives of the cities of Iran, says that the town of Gonjak or Gonzak in Azerbaijan was founded by Afrasiab of Turan. Frasiak of Tur, Afrasiab, founded the town of Gonjak in the region of Atarapatakan, Azerbaijan. There is further evidence to associate Afrasiab, for a time at least, with this region, since Firdausi narrates that after his defeat in Turan by Khosrau, Afrasiab fled to Azerbaijan and took refuge in a cave on a high mountain near Barda, a place located east or northeast of Lake Urumia, somewhere between Ardabil and Maraga, and frequently mentioned by the medieval Persian and Arabic writers, including Yakut, who says it is 9 farsakhs from Ganja. The fugitive, according to the legend, was discovered by a hermit, whom Firdausi calls Horn, and the Vesta calls Hauma, and then sought to escape into the waters of Lake Urumia, miswritten in the manuscripts of the Shahnameh as Konjast for Kechist, Avci Hasta. Afrasiab's place of concealment, however, was revealed, and he was captured and slain by Khosrau, who thereupon proceeded to the fire temple at Hargushnasp, to give thanks for his success. Somewhat earlier in his narrative Firdausi had given an 1c Jamaspji Minukherji, Falavi texts 1, Shatroid, 58, Bombay, 1897, and the translation of Modi, Shatroidi Erden, p. 117, Bombay, 1899, also Blochit, Vils de Viren, in Écueil de Travaux relatifs à la philologie, 17. 176, Paris, 1895. It is possible also in MKH 27. 44 to read instead of Diojako, in the Pahlavi characters, Kanjako, i.e. Kanzaka, but it would not give so good an interpretation of that particular passage. See West, c. 2462, and 2. 2 Yakut, p. 92. For the caves in the vicinity of Maraga, cp 104, above, and cf Kerporter, Travels, 2. 495 to 496 E. Ollinson, Jugs. 1045, Wilson, Persian Life, pages 73 to 74. Sg. The earlier form of the legend in the Avesta, ys. 11.7, and for the strug gle between Frorasian, Afrasiab, and Haus Rava, K. Khosrou, seconded by Hauma, compare YT. 917 to 2.317. 37 to 43. See also next page and note that there is a cave at the ruined city of Shar-I Afrasiab near Samarkand. Asterisk see Shah Endma, ed. Viewers Landauer, 3, 1386 to 1398, Tr. Mole, 4. 155 to 169, Afrasiab and K. Khosrou 139. Account of the founding, by K. Khosrou, of the fire temple of Adhargushnasp, which he locates in the castle of Bahman, Diz-i-Bamavi. The context would imply that this was on the frontier of Ardabil, where it is located also by Yakut, but Rawlinson urges that the description answers to Takht-i-Sulayman. The lines about the founding of the Pirsum after the castle was stormed run as follows: within the vast rampart the king found a city with gardens, public squares, mansions, and a palace. At the spot where the light had flashed out and the darkness had been utterly dispelled, Khosrou gave orders that a dome temple should be erected to a height towering to the sky. It was 10 noose length square and was surrounded by high vaulted chambers, covering a circuit of half a horse course. There he brought and installed the fire at Hargush Nasp, around which sat mobeds, astrologers, and wise men. Asterisk in keeping with Firdausi's account of Afrasiab's temporary escape from Hum and K. Khosrou by concealing himself in Lake Urumia, and in harmony also with the Avesta, which locates the struggle of Afrasiab and Kabi Hasrava behind, or in the site of, Lake Chechasta, Urumia, we have still other Zoroastrian traditions preserved in the Pahlavi writings. These books associate the name of K. Khosrou with the fire of the warriors at Hargushnasp, and locate this Pirium in the neighborhood of Lake Urumia or on Mount Asnavan. Thus 1 Perstddari Ardabil Hamarzi Mhdnjd Dish Ibaman Ast, see Shah Endma, ed. Viewers Landauer, 2. 756, and compare Tr. Mole, Libre des Bois, 2. 435, H. Ardabil sur la frontifera. Compare also Pitzi, 2 Libre deib, 3. 72, Alconfin d Ardabil. 2 Yakut, p. 125. So also Sadik is Fahani, p. 14. 3 Rawlinson, JBGS. 1082, and 3, was mistaken in saying that Ardabil is not mentioned. It occurs in the text, Viewers Landauer, 2756, a few pages before the fire temple is described. Asterisk Shah Endma, ed. Viewers Landauer, 2. 761, Tr. Mole, Libre des Bois, 2. 441, and Pitzi, 2 Libro deib, s. 78. See My Zoroaster, pages 100, 48 and consult also p. 70, and 1, above on the Avestan phrase behind, or in the site of, Lake Chechasta, see Bartholomew, Air. WBSV Passon, 4 PAS 7 IE. Darmstedter, Leza. 2631, and 92, locates the scene of the conflict to the north or northwest of Lake Urumia, calling attention to both Lake Sevan and Lake Van as 140 Takhti Sulayman, an ancient fortified town. The Pahlavi Balaman Yasht, about the 7th century AD, states, the fire at Arogushnasp, near or by, the deep Lake Chechast, which has warm water that drives away the demons. Similar is the statement found in the selections of Zatsparam, about AD 881. 2 fountains of the sea were opened out for the earth, Chechast, a lake which has no cold wind and near, or on, whose shore rests the triumphant fire Gushnasp, and the other, Sabar, near Tus. To the Bundashan, one of the oldest Pahlavi works extant, describes how the fire Adarogushnasp aided Khosrow when he was engaged in putting down idol worship about Lake Chechist, and its shrine was in the same locality near Mount Asnavand. When Khosrow was engaged in extirpating the idol temples of Lake Chechist, it, i.e. the fire Adarogushnasp, settled upon the mane of his horse and drove away the darkness and gloom, and made possibly representing A.V. Varihasrava, Sir. 29, YT. 1956, New York. 5-5, in contrast to very CAE 6 ASTA, Lake Urumia, noticing also the village of Khosrova near Dilmun, to which I have referred above, p. 70, and 1. See also West's note on BD 22. 8, in SBE. 586, and 7. Spiegel, Erdniske Yurthumskmid, 1. 653,654, suggests Lake Sevan for Varihasrava, but notices also that Masudi, 2-131, assigns some of the scenes of the Khosrow-Afrasiab conflict to the town of Sarab, between Ardabil and Tabriz, see Yakut, p. 306. It would be tempting to regard Varihasrava, Lake of Khosrow, as our present lake at Takht-i-Sulayman adjoining Khosrow's fire temple, and Mount Asnavand, Sir. 29, etc., as Mount Zindan. The Iranian Bundashan locates the Lake of Khosrow at 4 parasangs from Lake Urumia instead of 50, which is the number given in the other text. IBYT 310. The Pahlavi word which I have rendered near or by, is pavan, pa, which West renders on, SBE. 5218. For the Pahlavi text see Nashirvan, Pahlavis and Ivo Human Yasht, p. 14, 1. 12, equals p. 17, 1. Translit, Bombay, 1900. On the reading Garm, warm, for medicinal, West, SBE. 5218, consult Rosenberg, Lieber de Zoroaster, p. 74. 2 ZGPE 22, translate West, SBE. 5173. Again the Pahlavi for near, or on, whose shore has Munis Pavan, Pa, Bar, see text, ed. West, in Avesta, Pahlavi, etc., studies in honor of D.P.B. Sanjana, first series, P.I.C., Strasbourg, 1904, EIH. So, a Saman emperor destroys the Shritsfei 141 at Quitlag M, so that they might extirpate the idol temples. In the same locality the fire Gushnasp was established at the appointed place, i.e. shrine, on the Asnavand mountain. The location of Takht-i-Sulayman is some 90 miles distant from Lake Urumia, Chechist, it is true, but near enough, perhaps, to answer to the general description given in the Pahlavi works, when compared with the other evidence in the case, even if we be not tempted to the extent of conjecturing that the lake adjoining Khosrow's ancient fire, Adhar Gushnasp, in the Takht, is also the lake of Khosrow, Varihasrava, referred to in the Avesta and Pahlavi texts, or go so far as to surmise that the extinct volcano of Mount Zindan, so near at hand, might possibly be Mount Asnavand, which is invoked together with Chechasta in the Zoroastrian prayers. I shall cite a single other passage relating to Takht-i-Sulayman, or Gonzaka, and its palace and fire temple, but it is one of special interest because of its connection both with Zoroastrianism and Christianity. 3 Georgius Cedrinus, the Church Father, in narrating the progress of the war of the Byzantine Emperor Heraclius against the later Sasanian king Khosrow, or Chosroes, describes how Khosrow had his own image enthroned amid emblems of the celestial bodies to which he did homage, a sight which so outraged the Roman emperor and his Christian soldiers that he burned the fire temple and reduced the entire city to ashes. IBD 16:7, translated by West, /S 5 pound. 564. Here the Pahlavi text reads Pavan, Pa, s navand kof hard, he, vol, o, dddgdh, of. Justi, Bundhesh, p. 41, Leipzig, 1868, Lithogr. Westergaard, Bundhesh, p. 41, Copenhagen, 1851, Unwala, T7 ie Pahlavi Bundhesh, p. 48, Bombay, 1897. The Pahlavi treatise Mainagai Kairad, 2. 96, also alludes to the achievement of K. Khosrow in exterminating turnpies for idol worship around Lake Chechist, see West, SBE. 2415. See Sir. 29, New York. 55. The sanctity, not the size of the lake, would entitle it to consideration. But all this would be merely an attractive hypothesis upon which a theory might be built. 3 cited by Rawlinson, J.B., and S. 10. 52, 78. 142 Takhti Suleiman, an ancient fortified town. The Emperor Heraclius took possession of the city of Gazakis in which was the temple and the treasures of Croesus, king of Lydia, and the imposture of the burning coals. On entering the city he found the abominable image of Khosrow, an effigy of the king seated under the vaulted roof of the palace as though in the heavens, and around it the sun, moon, and stars, to which he did homage with superstitious awe, as if to gods, and he had represented angels bearing scepters and ministering unto him, and the impious man had arranged by cunning devices to have drops falling from above, like rain, and sounds resembling roaring thunder to peal forth. All these things Heraclius consumed with fire, and burned both the temple of fire and the entire city. Viewed in the light of all this testimony from the historic past, the desolate scenes within the walls of Takhti Suleiman take on new life. The so-called bath resumes once more its ancient glory as the great fire temple of Adhargushnasp, whose dome, once crowned with a silver crescent, has crumbled into decay. The deep-sunk vaulted arch beneath appears as the shrine where, 800 years before Christ, the Chionian king Khosrow, robed in white, prayed for victory over Afrasiab, and, on his triumphant return from battle, offered then offerings worthy of a king. The same example of thanksgiving was followed by the Sasanian king Bahramgor, nearly 5 centuries after Christ, when he deposited in this shrine the treasures won in his victory over the Turanians and made the vanquished queen a priestess in the shrine. Here, likewise, 2 centuries later, the Christian emperor Heraclius destroyed the idolatrous images of Khosrow. Some day the archaeologist's spade may bring to light evidences even more tangible, if greater proof be needed, of the identity of this famous ancient shrine. As I retraced my steps from the ruins of Takhti 1 Greek TRV Ta AKBVIR 6/4. 2 CP, 132, and 4, above. 8 Greek Trazarlov. 4 For the sceptered angels, compare the carving over Khosrow's arch at Takhti Boston, CP 221, below. 6 Georgius Cedrinus, CAD 1100, 1. 721 to 722, ed. Migna, Petrolig. Gryci. 121 789 to 790, Paris, 1864. Firdausi, Shah-Endma, Tr. Mole, 4. 155, compare also YT. 921, 17. 41 Leaving the historic ruins 143 Suleiman, I felt certain that I had visited the historic site of Shiz, designated also by other names, but I reserved my judgment regarding the claim that the walled enclosure might represent the Atropatanian Ekbatana, until I should have visited Hamadan. Chapter 12 Hamadan, the ancient Ekbatana orchards stretch their bloomy span round the walls of Hamadan, purples deepen on the grape, lyric brooks make blithe escape, yet are all the glories gone that the Lord of Macedon saw, ere drew the revel on and the Bacchic orgy ran round the walls of Hamadan. Clinton Scollard, bound the walls of Hamadan. The 4 days riding from Takhti Suleiman were fatiguing ones, with forced marches of 12 hours a day in the saddle. The first night was spent at the small hamlet of Nasarabat in a mud hovel whose roof was adorned by the skull of a horse, which served apparently as a talisman to induce sleep, for I rested well. Toward evening on the second day we halted at Bab-i-Roshani, Gateway of Light, which looked its name as we entered the village at sunset, flooded with golden light from the closing portals of day. The third halt was at Kultapa, where I passed an uncomfortable night, but was ready at daybreak for an early start toward Hamadan. Of the many hard stages that made up the journey of 150 miles from Urumia, over high, snow-covered mountains, this last was one of the most difficult, for, although April had advanced a week, the drifts in the passes were particularly deep, and the streams in the plains at the foot of the hills swollen and extremely hard to ford. My men and horses had stood the strain for 12 days well, but I had trouble with a guide. 144, distant view of Hamadan and Mount Alban the Musalat, Hamadan glimpses from afar. 145 Lutfula, whom I hired at Bijar a couple of days previously, to serve also as a guard, because the Muharram festival was at its height and a Christian's life is not altogether safe in some of the fanatical villages at this time, when the Shiite Mohammedans work themselves up to a religious frenzy in their lamentations at the martyrdom of Hussein, lacerating themselves with swords, knives, and sharp stones and throwing themselves into a state of pious mania. As a guide Lutfula proved very unsatisfactory and on the last day was so cruel to his horse and so disobedient to me that I was obliged to resort to force and eject him from the courtyard of the caravanserai. He took up a position outside the gateway, crouched half sulkily, half threateningly in a corner with his rifle, and awaited my coming out. I knew it was no time for hesitation, so I leaped on my horse and rode through the gate. For a moment he wavered, casting a sullen, menacing glance, then suddenly his face changed, he dismissed his anger, came quietly to my side, and from that time forward was absolutely obedient and devoted to me, and proved so useful a servant that I kept him a number of days longer than I really needed him. The plain through which the road approaches Hamadan from the north was beginning to put forth signs of spring, the dark, moist earth showed a tinge of green, the gardens and orchard leaves were taking on a trace of color, and the purple-stalked willows such as I have seen only in the shading of the French Impressionist school told that days of sunshine were at hand. Hazy light spread a soft glow over the landscape and lent an air of enchantment to all around, when far in the distance I caught my first glimpse of Hamadan, that city of bygone glory. Although the city was in sight at noon, it took nearly 5 hours to reach it, and this gave me a good opportunity to study its situation and the surrounding country. Nature has given Hamadan a location that is in many ways remarkable. Level plain spreads like a garden before the feet of the city for 146 Hamadan, the ancient Ecbatana, a distance of 15 miles in length and 10 in breadth, and presents a smooth expanse of territory which is well watered and responds readily to cultivation, yielding barley, wheat, fruit, vegetables, and the poppy plant. Mountains and hills form a palisade on either side to enclose the plain. On the southern and western side the mass of peaks called Alban towers 6,000 feet above it, or 12,000 feet above sea level, and stretches for miles away, guarding the approach in that direction and keeping watch by night over the sleeping town like some giant sentry. Night after night, during my stay at Hamadan, I used to watch for the moon to light up the figure of this silent sentinel muffled in ice and snow. On either side back of the city are lofty hills, so that the town looked from the distance, as I rode toward it, as if it were set on the side of a height. Directly adjoining the city is the elevation called Musalat, the Acropolis in ancient times, but the true proportions of the citadel height did not come out till I drew near and saw from its outline how much more probable it is that this, rather than Takht-i-Sulayman, is the hill to which Herodotus alludes in his description of the walled city of Ecbatana, the capital of ancient Media. My about 5 o'clock in the afternoon train of tired animals slowly entered Hamadan, weary from almost a fortnight of uninterrupted marching from Urumia. Not a sign of the ancient glory of Ecbatana, that was once the home of kings, struck my eye, nor was there a trace of that solemn grandeur which is noble in its decay at Persepolis and Pasargadse. I saw instead only crooked streets, alleys where one the name Alvand or Elvend is as old as the Avesta, where it is found as Orvant, cyt. 19.3, Asta Orvantuk Gavo, the 8 spurs, of Orvant. In the Pahlavi Bundation it is Alvand, BD 19.3, Alvant. The Greeks called it Mount Orontes, 0/6 KNJS. The Mohammedans make pilgrimages to the grave of one of the followers of the Prophet, named Sahib Zaman, who is buried on the top of Alvand, and near the grave is a spring known as Shashma-i Malik, Fountain of the King. 2g The description of Herodotus, p. 152, below. Mt Alvand in the distance HV/W/Ho and the modern city 147 ran channels of dirty water, rows of shabby houses with flat mud roofs, and not a vestige of beauty anywhere. The winding street which I followed led past a Mohammedan burying ground located in the heart of the town. I shall never forget the stench from the shallow graves. Nothing but the severity of the winters and the healthy position of the town itself saves Hamadan from pest. Street cleaning ordinances appear not to exist, and nature's scavengers, the birds of prey, seem sadly to neglect their duty, for the carcass of a dead dog was lying in one of the frequented lanes during the entire time of my 2 visits at Hamadan. The outline of the city is roughly that of a parallelogram, running from north to south. Mount Alvand lies at a distance of about 3 miles on the southern side. The Musalla, or Acropolis Hill, is adjacent to the eastern section of the town, of which it forms a part. The town itself is divided into 4 quarters, or wards, for administrative purposes, each under a separate magistrate, Jakat Kuda, who is accountable to the governor, but whose office is practically hereditary. Through the middle of the city runs the insignificant river Alisjurd, spanned by several single-arch stone bridges and some wooden ones. In the spring it is swollen by the melting snows from Alvand, but in summer it is nearly dry, although it suffices to turn the Persian water mills on its banks. This is evidently the stream to which Tisias refers when he says that Semiramis, queen of Assyria, on visiting this place, where she built a palace, found the city poorly supplied with water, and caused one for much information regarding the localities of the city, and for a sketch map of the town. I am indebted to Aram Zorabian, a native of Hamadan. For several notes I have also to thank the courtesy of Mr. H. L. Rubino, British consular agent at Kermanshah. 2 Musalla, Citadel, is the name by which the people generally know the hill, but it is said to be called also the Hill of Ahasuerus. Wilson, Persian Life, p. 157, and I once heard it called Fortress of Dara, Darius. But this term was given by Mirza Sahak, a Persian of considerable education, who may have had some knowledge of the story of Darius Kodominus and his overthrow by Alexander the Great. 148 Hamadan, the ancient Ekbatana, a channel to be dug at vast expense to conduct the water from a lake on the other side of Mount Orontes into the town. The population of Hamadan is estimated conservatively at 25,000, which is probably less than in ancient times, when the city was a great metropolis. The majority of the inhabitants are Iranian in blood, of the old Median stock, with some slight infusion of the Arab strain, and there are many Turks, both in the city and in the neighboring villages. The Turkish characteristics, however, are by no means so noticeable as at Urumia, and my servant Safar, who spoke Persian fluently, now began to make jokes at the expense of Shahbaz, the caravan leader, because his speech was confined to the Turkish dialect of Azerbaijan and he could not converse freely with all the people. Among the inhabitants are also a considerable number of Armenians, about 300 of whom occupy a special section of the town, and there is likewise a Jewish quarter, in the southern section, the community being estimated at 5,000 souls, a figure not unlikely, since there have been Jews in Hamadan from the earliest times. The Europeans in the city are few in number. They are engaged chiefly in the work of the American Presbyterian Mission, which established 2 schools here for boys and girls in 1880, and of the Alliance Israelite, which began work among the Jews of Hamadan in 1900. A tour of the bazaars will give the best idea of the Oriental population and of the city's commercial status. For the most part the bazaars are of the familiar type, vaulted over, and they contain more than 500 busy shops. As a matter of course they are interesting, although only of secondary importance when compared with those in some of the large Persian towns, because the line of caravan trade turned for a time somewhat. One see the fragments of Tisias preserved in Diodorus Siculus, 2. 13.5, ed. Gilmore, pages 51-52, London, 1888, and translate Booth, Diodorus the Sicilian, 1. 110-111, London, 1814. The population is put at 40,000 in the 67th annual Seport of the Board of Foreign Missions of the Presbyterian Church in the USA p. 233, New York, 1904. In the bazaars and at home 149 aside from Hamadan and cholera and famine decimated its inhabitants. Nevertheless the commerce has been restored in recent years, and the merchants speak of the town as the store among, Mhdr, of Persia. The chief articles of trade are the leather goods, as Hamadan is a city of tanneries and the Hamadanis are renowned for their skill in dressing, tanning, and working hides and skins, and in manufacturing from them useful and ornamental goods and articles. Saddles, straps, trunk covers, and pointed shoes are on sale at the various booths, while the soft white felts, used for mats, saddle cloths, shepherd coats, and helmet-shaped caps, can hardly be excelled in Persia. I still have as a memento of Hamadan's industrial work a white felt saddle cloth, tzla, and 2 carpet saddle bags, J.C. Tierj, purchased for me by Safar in the bazaar. The caravanserais, which adjoin the bazaars or are located in the vicinity, number more than 50 and do a flourishing business in providing accommodation for the throngs of merchants and pilgrims that pass through the city. There are likewise fully 60 public baths which derive an added income from the same source. During my stay in Hamadan I was a guest of the American missionaries and thus enjoyed a taste of home life again after the wearisome days of halting at caravanserais. At the mission house I made also my first acquaintance with the true Persian cat of higher breed. Persia is sometimes called the land of cats, but the best specimens come from the mountains of Kurdistan and are a great contrast to the ordinary village cat, which skulks about the caravanserai and is often a nuisance to the traveler because of its thievish propensities, leading me sometimes to say to Safar that I should prefer the mice if I had my choice. The 2 Hamadan tabbies to which I refer were superb creatures, larger than the largest Angora cats. One additional and detailed information regarding the trade of Hamadan may be obtained from Rubino, British Diplomatic and Consular Reports, Persia, number 3189, Annual Series, pages 41-46, London, 1904. 150 Hamadan, the ancient Ekbatana. One of them was pure white, the other was partly black, but in temperament both were exactly alike, and their tricks and gambols together were an endless source of amusement to me. The most modern features of Hamadan are a telegraph office and a bank. The banking establishment is a branch of the Imperial Bank at Tehran and has for its director an Armenian Persian. The residence of this gentleman, to whose courtesy I was also indebted, was partly furnished in European style, adapted to Oriental needs, and it gave a good example of how ready the Iranian is, under certain conditions, to combine Western civilization with Eastern life. But it is not the modern phase of Hamadan that is interesting. The chief interest in the place centers in its antiquity, and I shall devote the rest of the chapter to the historic associations of the city. In the first place, the name Hamadan can be traced back to the earliest times. During the Sasanian era it was known as Samatan and in the ancient Persian inscriptions as Sagmatna, which means literally a place of meeting or convening, concourse of many ways, and Hamadan today is a meeting place of as many highways from various parts of the kingdom as when it was the Median capital. In the Babylonian inscriptions it appears as Agamatanu. The Greek writer Tisias, who knew Persian well, renders the name correctly as Agatana, Ayutava, although most of the Greeks called it Ektna, Eik Drava, with initial je, not a, and giving to the penultimate vowel the wrong quantity, a for a. 1 Pahlavi Hamadn, BD 12. 12, 22. 620 PHGMHN, BH2. 76, 77, from ham, together, and gam, to go, IECO ventry. Bartholomew, Air. VHP 1744, regards the etymology as uncertain. 3 From the top of the Musalat, for example, it is possible to count roadways leading to 12 more or less important places, including Tabriz, Urumia, Kazvin, Tehran, Isfahan, Kermanshah, and other cities known in antiquity. Asterisk Babylonian Aga Matanu, BH 60, and Nabanid, Analenanskr. AV2. 3, 4. Cf. also Bang, Mélanges Charles de Harlez, P8, Leiden, 1896, and Streck, Arenanine und Westpersien, in ZTF Assur. 15, 367. Persian cats at the Mission House, Hamadan, a famous city of old. 151. The antiquity of these allusions to the name shows how ancient the history of the city really is. Its existence as early as the 12th century before Christ is believed to be vouched for by the mention of Amadana in an Assyrian inscription of Tiglath-Pileser I, CBC 1100, and we certainly have inscriptional evidence to prove that it must have existed in the time of Raman-Narari, husband of Semiramis, Samuramit, or, according to some authorities, before the end of the 9th century BC. Tisias, who was court physician to Artaxerxes Neman for 17 years, BC 416 to 399, and, well acquainted with Persian traditions, says that when Semiramis came to Ecbatana, which is situated in a low, level plain, she built a palace and bestowed more care and attention upon it than she had done at any other place. And Tisias describes the water courses which she caused to be constructed from Mount Alban to Hamadan. 3 According to the same author, moreover, when Sardanapalus, the last Assyrian king, was overthrown by Arbaces, and the Median kingdom established, Arbaces conveyed to Ecbatana all the gold and silver treasure which was taken from Nineveh after its capture, but the historic accuracy of this report is, perhaps, open to question. The more generally accepted account of the founding of Ecbatana is that given by Herodotus, who ascribes its origin to Deioces, the first great ruler of the Median Empire, about BC 700. The description of the place is not only picturesque, but important for the purpose of identification, because of the allusion to the walls. 1 Spiegel, J. Erdniske Yurthumskunda, 2. 246, and Brown, Literary History of Persia, p. 20. 2 C. Justi, Geschichte Irans, in Grundr. Iran. Filal. 2. 404. 3 These statements of Tisias are preserved in Diodorus Siculus, 2. 13, 5. CP 148, and 1, above, for references. Asterisk for the text of Tisias, see Gilmore. Fragments of Etesias, 29, p. 90, and the translation by Booth, I, Joe, Orms the Sicilian, 1. 124 Compare also E. Ollinson, JBGS. 10-125, and consult, for Arbaces, Justi, Geschichte Irans, in Grundr. Iran. Filal. 2 407 to 408. For other traditions regarding the founding of Hamadan, see Modi, Shatroidai Erden, or Cities of Iran, p. 151, Bombay, 1899. 162 Hamadan, the ancient Ecbatana Deioces built the massive and strong walled city now called Ecbatana I, 3dTAVA, the walls being arranged in circles one within the other. The rampart is planned in such a manner that each circle rises higher than the one preceding it by the height merely of the battlements. The nature of the ground, which is a gentle hill, Chaos Vos, is favorable for carrying out such a design, and, as there are 7 circles in all. Particular care was taken to have the royal palace and the treasury within the innermost circle. The circuit of the outer wall is nearly as large as that of the city of Athens. Of this first circle the battlements are white, the second, black, the third, red, the fourth, blue, and the fifth, orange. The battlements of all the circles are decorated in this manner with colors, but those of the 2 last are encrusted, the one with silver, the other with gold. Such were the palace and the surrounding fortifications which Deioces built for himself, but the rest of the people he ordered to build their houses round about outside the wall. The Old Testament apocryphal book of Judith attributes the founding of Ecbatana, called Ecmetha in Aramaic, Ezra 6:2, to a king named Arphaxad, whose historic identity has not been satisfactorily proved, and gives an elaborate description of the city's walls, towers, and gates. I quote the account in full, although in the eyes of most critics it has no greater value than that which we should attach to an Oriental romance. 1. In the 12th year of the reign of Nabuchodonosor, who reigned in Nineveh, the great city, in the days of Arphaxad, which reigned over the Medes in Ecbatane. 2. And built in Ecbatane walls round about of stones hewn 3 cubits broad and 6 cubits long, and made the height of the wall 70 cubits, and the breadth thereof 50 cubits, 3. And set the towers thereof upon the gates of it, 100 cubits high, and the breadth thereof in the foundation 60 cubits, 4. And he made the gates thereof, even gates that were raised to the height of 70 cubits, and the breadth of them was 40 cubits, for the going forth of his mighty armies. And for the setting in array of his footmen, 5. Even in those days King Nabuchodonosor made war with King Arphaxad in the Great Plain, which is the plain in the borders of Egah. 1 Herodotus, History, 1. 98, 99. Cf. also G. Rawlinson, Herodotus, 1. 191-194, London, 1862, H. C. E. Awlinson, Jabjes. 10-126-127. Imparts A.W.D. Battlements 153-13. Then Lai marched in battle array with his power against King Arphaxad in the 17th year, and he prevailed in his battle, for he overthrew all the power of Arphaxad, and all his horsemen, and all his chariots. 14. And became lord of his cities, and came unto Ecbatane, and took the towers, and spoiled the streets thereof, and turned the beauty thereof into shame. According to Polybius, the Greek historian, who wrote in the 2nd century BC, the magnificence of Ecbatana was such as to call for special notice, especially regarding the splendor of its palace and the temple of Ina or Aeneas. This name is none other than a disguised form of Anahita or Anitas, the Zoroastrian goddess of the waters, who is celebrated in the Avesta and whose worship was especially popular among the Persians after the time of King Artaxerxes II, 4th century BC. 2. From other classic sources we know that this goddess had a famous temple at Ecbatana. The description in full is as follows: it was originally the royal city of the Medes, and vastly superior to the other cities in wealth and in the splendor of its buildings. It is situated on the skirts of Mount Orontes, and is without walls, though containing an artificially formed citadel fortified to an astonishing strength. Beneath this stands the palace, which it is in some degree difficult to describe in detail, or to pass over in complete. 1 Judith, 1. 1-14 Yakut, p. 597, asserts that Hamadan was founded by one of the great-grandsons of Noah, and some of the older Occidental scholars used likewise to point to the name of Arphaxad, grandson of Noah, in Genesis 10. 22, 11. 10-14, and associate with it the tradition that Media was so called from Madai, son of Japhet, General 10-2, see Kerr Porter, Travels, 2. 94. Some attempts have likewise been made to identify Arphaxad, as founder of Ecbatana, with Deioces, or with his son Phraaortes, but the trend of modern scholarship is to regard the name Arphaxad as having no real historic importance, but as inserted to lend an air of antiquity to the apocryphal story. See Cheney, Encyclopaedia Biblica, S.V. Arphaxad, Judith. The value of the description is open to the same attack. 2G Windishman, Z, Tupemsk Te Anahita Oder Anauis, P5, in Abhandel. KGL. Bayer. Akkad. Wis. BD8, Abthl. 1, Munich, 1866, compare also pages 237-242, below. 3G Isidorus Karasenis, Mansions Parthasi, 6, and Plutarch, Artaxerxes, 27. 3. Cf. Windishman, Die Persisk Anahita, pages 6, 13. 154 Ramadan, The Ancient Ekbatana Silence. To those authors whose aim is to produce astonishment, and who are accustomed to deal in exaggeration and picturesque writing, this city offers the best possible subject, but to those who, like myself, are cautious when approaching descriptions which go beyond ordinary notions, it presents much difficulty and embarrassment. However, as regards size, the palace covers ground the circuit of which is nearly 7 stades, and by the costliness of the structure in its several parts it testifies to the wealth of its original builders, for, all its woodwork being cedar or cypress, not a single plank was left uncovered, beams and fretwork in the ceilings and columns in the arcades and peristyle were overlaid with plates of silver or gold, while all the tiles were of silver. Most of these had been stripped off during the invasion of Alexander and the Macedonians, BC 335, and the rest in the reigns of Antigonus, BC 325-301, and Seleucus Nicator, BC 312-280. However, even at the time of Antiochus's arrival, i.e. Antiochus the Great, BC 210, the temple of Ina still had its columns covered with gold, and a considerable number of silver tiles had been piled up in it, and some few gold bricks and a good many silver ones were still remaining. It was from these that the coinage bearing the king's impress was collected and struck, amounting to little less than 4,000 talents, $4,730,000. It is important to note that Polybius says that the city was without walls, though it contained a strongly fortified citadel beneath which the palace stood, and that he says that the palace was built of wood, because this would render it peculiarly liable to destruction as contrasted with the stone used at Persepolis. If we now ascend a hill known as the Musalla, or citadel, adjoining the city of Hamadan, which is built partly upon its western and northwestern slope, we can understand how it might be possible for the town itself to be without walls, as Polybius asserts, and for the fortified ramparts and battlements to be confined, in his own words, to the artificially formed citadel fortified to an astounding strength, beneath which the 1/4 of a mile in circumference. 2 Polybius, History 10. 27, C. Schuckberg, The Histories of Polybius Translated, 2. 26-27, London, 1889. See also p. 158, below. The Musalla Hill 155 Palace stood. The ascent of the Musalla, I may observe, is steep enough for the Persian horses to start up it at a sharp gallop, as they always do when approaching a marked incline. The height, in my judgment, would answer far better than Takt I Suleiman to Herodotus' description of the place as a KO/IV6I and would fulfill all the requirements of his sketch. There is room for the 7 circles of walls, and the Median people could have built their houses round about outside the wall, as Diocles bade them, Herodotus, 199, on the very site still occupied by the city. Even at the present time the ridge of the Musalla is crowned by the remains of massive walls, some 15 feet thick and 20 high, composed of clay, slate, brick, and small stones, and forming a parallelogram running northeast and southwest, in the midst of which the bedrock is here and there visible. Although no one would ascribe a great antiquity to these redoubts, in fact Aga Mohammed Shah, at the close of the 18th century, is said to have destroyed all remnants of antiquity at Hamadan, nevertheless they may occupy the same position as those which crown the Koka, v6I in Median days and be similar to them in structure, for things change slowly in Persia. Herodotus, moreover, does not say that the walls of Ecbatana were of stone, though this might be inferred, and it is almost certain that the color decorations were confined to the battlements raised upon them. It is true that the passage in Judith speaks of hewn stone, but even if we are to press the phrasing of that historical romance, it may be possible that the one Canon George Rawlinson, Five Great Monarchies, 3:23, expresses doubt whether the Median capital was at any time surrounded by walls. 2. It is not clear to me how Sir Henry Rawlinson could have taken exception on this score, as my careful examination of the site on 2 occasions convinced me. See Rawlinson, Jegs. 10-127, and George Rawlinson, Herodotus, 1. 191-192, note, London, 1862. See Porter, Travels, 2. 102 Wilson, Persian Life, p. 157. Asterisk such is also the view of De Morgan, Mission Scientifique and Pers, 4. 248,249, it is worth noting that he refers also, p. 249, to the ruins of 2 Gobert towers. 156 Hamadan, the ancient Ecbatana blocks have been carried off in later times for building purposes, for one sees in the city a number of large hewn stones built into the foundations of houses and possibly taken from such a wall. If stone, rather than the earthen breastworks, be insisted upon, it must also be said that Canon George Rawlinson, when summing up his brother's claim that Takht-i-Suleiman represents the so-called northern capital of Media, acknowledges that of the 7 walls, one alone is to be traced at Takht-i-Suleiman, and even here the Median structure has perished and been replaced by masonry of a far later age. The other claims advanced by Sir Henry, such as the statement of Herodotus, 110, that the country north of Ecbatana is mountainous and covered with forests, seem to me equally applicable to Hamadan as to Takht-i-Suleiman, and a comparison of the 2 sites in detail convinced me that Hamadan has the right and title to being the sole heir of Ecbatana, that the Musalla was its citadel, and that the ruins of Takht-i-Suleiman, although occupying a site that may be equally old, but not so important as a metropolis, have a different history from Ecbatana. In view of all these facts, I felt convinced, when standing upon the height of the Musalla and overlooking Hamadan, 1 a.m. informed by Aram Zoroaster, of Hamadan, that about a year after the time when I was in Persia, the remains of a so-called Ganjay, treasury, were discovered in the Armenian quarter of Hamadan, and some magnificent hewn stones were laid bare. To George Rawlinson, 5 Great Mo7 Yerkes, 3:27, and N11. Consult also De Morgan, Missio 7I Scientifique and Pers, 4. 248-249. 3. My view has been anticipated, I find, by De Morgan, Mission, 4. 238,249, whose chapter on Hamadan should be consulted. It is possible that excavations for archaeological purposes may show that the position of Hamadan has changed in some slight degree, as there are evidences of ruins around the northeast side of the Musalla, where old bricks are dug up and gold coins are found. In notes sent me by Mr. Rubino, it is claimed that the site of the city has been changed several times and the present site of the town cannot be more than 550 years old, but this seems to me doubtful, and archaeological researches alone can settle the question. In the Musalla itself, however, there is little or no chance for excavation, as the earth is almost entirely washed away, so that the bedrock is visible. The historic capital of Media 157 that I was surveying the site of the capital of ancient Media. Here within the fortress there once stood the royal treasury mentioned by Herodotus, and here the stronghold where Arbaces deposited the silver and gold found in the king's coffers at Nineveh. Hither also the untold riches of Croesus were conveyed by the conqueror Cyrus, and to this stronghold Alexander, following the example of his victorious predecessors, transported the wealth he had plundered from Susa, Persepolis, and Pasargadse. Asterisk here likewise at Ecmetha, in the palace that is in the province of the Medes, was found the decree of Cyrus giving orders for the rebuilding of the temple at Jerusalem, a command which was carried into effect by Darius and his successor Artaxerxes the Height served also as a Persian bastille in ancient days, and here in a dungeon the Achaemenian kings caused offenders against the state to be confined and executed. Within its walls, for example, Darius put to death the Median leader Frabarti, who, like several others, had set up a claim to the throne while the king was engaged at Babylon, and had headed an army to support his claim. The pretender was defeated in battle at Raga, the modern Rei near Tehran, was taken prisoner, and met with a fate that is told in the great king's own words in the rock inscription at Behistan. Frabarti was seized and brought to me. I cut off his nose and his ears, and cut out his tongue, and put out his eyes. He was kept in chains at my door, all the people saw him. Afterward I caused him to be crucified. 1 Herodotus, History 1. 98 Tudicius, Fragments, 29, cited by Diodorus Siculus, ed. Gilmore, p. 90, T.R. Booth, Diodorus the Sicilian, 1.124. Herodotus, History, 1. 153 Orion, Anabasis, 3. 19:7, and cf. 3. 18, 10, 3. 19:2, also Quintus Curtins Rufus, Alexander, 5. 6:1-10 Diodorus Siculus, History 17. 71, Plutarch, Alexander, 36-37, Strabo, Geographic 15. 39, cf. also 15. 323. Compare furthermore McCrindle, Invasion of India by Alexander the Chet, pages 34, 126, and 1, London, 1896, Ezra 5. 17, 6. 1-36 or impaled ovus made paddy. All these mutilations as punishments are still practiced in Persia, except that the barbarous mode of execution has given place to others. So also Heising, Ilamishi Studian, in Mittal. Vorderasiat. Geselsch. 315. 158 Hamadan, the ancient Ecbatana and the men who were his principal followers I imprisoned in the fortress, Dido, at Ecbatana. Here on the citadel height, in addition to the dungeon, the treasure house, and the temples of the ancient divinities of Iran too there once stood the palace of the ancient Median kings. Deioces, the founder of the Empire of Media, sought seclusion within its fortified walls, which he himself had built, when he assumed the crown and withdrew himself from the ordinary presence of the people probably within the same walls Astyages, according to legend, received the youthful Cyrus, who was destined later to wrest from him his crown and transfer the supremacy of Media to Persia. The Persian kings of the Achaemenian line kept up the old-time prestige of the Median city and its citadel by making Ecbatana their summer capital. Here in their royal abode overlooking the plains and surrounded by high mountains they must have found a delightful change from Susa, whose warm climate was suited only for a winter residence, or from Persepolis, their spring and summer home, to Ecbatana. Likewise Alexander returned toward the end of his short career, in order to celebrate the glories of his campaigns in eastern Iran and India. The Parthian dynasty, BC 258-D 226, still made the city a favored place, and Antiochus found in the palace and temple an enormous amount of gold and silver bullion to turn into coin to pay his soldiers. The Sasanian rulers, AD 226-651, were perhaps less partial to Hamadan, but the place was still so important when the Arabs captured the city, 645, that they regarded this event as second 1 Bh2. 73-78 Toy, Kuhn's Zeitschrift, 35. 39-42, understands this latter to mean, I hanged his principal followers before the fortress. To the temple of Anaitis referred to above, p. 153, and probably here likewise the shrine of the Persian Scilapius alluded to by Orion, Anab. 714. 58 Herodotus, History, 1. 99 Herodotus, History, 1. 121 to 130, Xenophon, Syrah 1. 3:1 to 18. Xenophon, Anabasis, 3. 5:15, and Syrah 8. 6:22, Strabo, Geographic 11. 323 Quintus Curtius Rufus, Alex, Ander, 5. 8:1. See pages 163 to 165, below. Quintus Curtius Rufus, Alexander, 5. 8:1. CP 154, above. Sjassnes of bygone glory 159 Only to the triumph at Nahavand over the army of the house of Sasan. I Early in the 10th century Hamadan was stormed by Mardavahi B. Anzir of Jalan, in the 13th century by Tamerlane, and once again, 5 centuries later, sacked and pillaged by Aga Muhammad Shah. It is no marvel that this ancient home of kings and scene of great events is but a shadow of bygone glory. Its fate is best told in the verses of the short poem from which I quoted at the beginning of the chapter. Gone the great sun temple where golden stair rose over stair, gone the gilded galleries, porticos, and palaces, and the plaintive night winds plead for the memory of the mode, sob for alien ears to heed, pilgrim train and caravan, round the walls of Hamadan. Not of all the radiant past, not of all the varied, vast life that throbbed and thrilled, remains with its pleasures and its pains, save a couchant lion lone. Mute memorial in stone of 3 empires overthrown, Median, Persian, Parthian, round the walls of Hamadan. The famous but battered stone lion referred to in the verses as the only monument that has lasted through the long ages of Hamadan now lies near the foot of the Musalla, not far from the road leading to Isfahan. It is one of the landmarks of Hamadan and is regarded as a guardian genius of the town. Even 1,000 years ago it was spoken of by Masudi as very ancient, and he describes it as standing by the Lion Gate 1c Yakut, p. 598, and Jusl, Geschichte Irans, in Grundr. Iran. Filal. 2546. 2c Masudi, Les Prairies d'Or, chapter 130, ed. Barbie de Maynard, 9. 21 to 22, Paris, 1877, and compare Horn, Gesh. Iran's in Islam. Zeit, in Grundr. Iran. Filal. 2564. 160 Hamadan, the ancient Ekbatana, Bab al-Assad, on a low hill overlooking the road to Rei and Khorasan. He speaks of its lifelike appearance and compares it in size to some great bull or a crouching camel, adding that it was carved after Alexander's return from Khorasan, as native tradition ascribes the founding of Hamadan to Alexander, and set up as a talisman to protect the walls of the city and its inhabitants, which were destined to be safe as long as the lion was not thrown down or broken. The overthrow of the lion was accomplished, he tells us, about his own time, when the army of Mardabah stormed Hamadan, as stated above, and this event was accompanied by utter disaster, which fulfilled the A prophecy. Legend almost as old, recorded by Yakut, about AD 1220, says that the image was set up by Balinas as a talisman against the severe winters of Hamadan. If efficacious, we can hardly imagine what would be the rigor of the climate without its influence, for Hamadan is one of the coldest places in Persia. In the absence of authentic history, we can only resort to legend and tradition regarding this lion monument and its origin, but popular belief has certainly surrounded the sculptured stone with a deep veneration in the eyes of the people. Dozens of superstitions are attached to it. Mothers hold up their babes to pat the huge beast or kiss its face, barren women touch its brow to remove the curse of sterility, and pilgrims lay offerings of stones, some of them carved, upon its head as a coronet or on the block below its mouth. From the standpoint of art, the lion is rather effective in the distance, as the mutilation of the stone does not then show, and I was impressed by the lifelike appearance of the image as I first rode toward it, an effect which is enhanced by the one Masudi, died 951, devotes a paragraph to this monument in his Meadows of Old, chapter 130, See Les Prairies d'Or, ed. Barbie de Maynard, 9. 21-22 2 CP 159, above. 3 Yakut, p. 606, who adds that Balinas also placed other talismans, no longer in existence, to the right of the statue to protect the people of Hamadan against snakes, scorpions, insects, and floods. Balinas is commonly explained as a corrupt Oriental form for Plinius, Pliny. M. The Lion of Hamadan, the lion's face, votive stone offerings under the mouth, the famous stone lion 161 yellowish sandstone out of which the figure is carved. The head is massive, and the heavy waves of the mane are realistic in appearance, but it is difficult to catch the exact expression of the face in its present prone position, although the chin is well marked and the dot jaws are partly open. Deep hole in the forehead mars the expanse of the brow, and the face is smeared by dirty hands and is greasy from the oil which pilgrims pour upon it. Between the shoulders and in the back there are 8 or more holes, due to erosion, and the rain settling in these cavities has tended to enlarge them, so that several are big enough for the fist to be inserted. Although the legs of the creature are broken off at the shoulders and thighs, the body is entire and not split by a crack as the reproductions in some books, since the time of Flandin, would lead one to suppose. Careful examination of the sculpture shows that the lion originally sat in an upright posture with the forelegs straight and without any curve from the shoulders except the natural rounding at the haunches. In other words, it was a lion segent, not caucetient. The right hip is lower than the left, and the tail, though missing, curved around the left flank, as is shown by a perceptible groove in the stone at that point. From head to tail the image measures between 11 and 12 feet, 3.40 m, the head itself being nearly 40 inches in diameter, 1 m. The present position of the lion, about 1/8 of a mile from the foot of the musella, and facing south, is probably due to chance. Both Masudi and Yakut speak of the sculpture as being near a gate of the city, and, judging from a modern mud tower which guards the road at this point, it is possible that there once was a gate nearby, or that the lion possibly guarded an entrance to the citadel height at this spot. Concerning the age of the statue we can only make guesses, reckoning back from the time when Masudi spoke of it a 1c, for example, Flandin and Cost, Voyage en Perse, Ancien, 1. Pi. 25, text, p. 17, George Rawlinson, 5 Great Monarchies, 3. 92, Justi, Geschichte Alten Persians, p. 5, Berlin, 1879. 162 Hamadan, the ancient Ecbatan 1,000 years ago. On the whole I agree with those who attribute a great antiquity to the sculpture, assigning it even to the times of the ancient Median kingdom, when it may have anticipated the lion of the royal Persian emblem. Not far from the lion and in the southeastern section of the city, there is a tower-like structure which is generally called by the people Burj-i Erdn, or Kurhn, Tower of Sacrifice, but was pointed out to me as the Zertshtian, or Zoroastrian Fire Temple, by Mirza Sahak, an intelligent Persian. One morning, after coming down from the mount of the citadel, I paid a visit to this partly ruined turret. I found a structure decagonal in shape and built of ordinary Persian bricks, not the large sun-dried bricks as at Rei and in the fire temple near Isfahan. It reminded me, in appearance, of another tower-like building which I had visited in the northern part of the city, the Gumbad-i-Alabian, and like the latter it gave me the impression of being no older than the 13th century, the time of the Mongol sway. I could not see anything particularly Zoroastrian about it, nor was there anything in its interior to support such a view. The 10 wall spaces on the inside were set off by pointed niches, and there were 4 small window openings high up, which gave a good light. The woodwork around these openings had been partially burned away, evidently by some accidental fire. There were also 1 or 2 charred pieces of beams here and there in the walls. Otherwise the interior was empty, and the only opening in the floor was an irregular descent into what was probably once a tomb. Within the walls of the building the natives on certain occasions sacrifice a camel, which accounts for the name, Tower of Sacrifice, by which the structure is known. 1. This rite may be a survival of some ancient rite, like the animal sacrifices in the Avesta, YT 521, 25, 33, etc., and IA the east of al Idiku 7 BDN, Idiasht, in which sheep are sacrificed even by Zoroastrians as well as Muslims on the 10th day of the 12th Mohammedan month of Zilhijjah, in commemoration of Abraham's offering up his son Isaac, or, according to the Mohammedans, Ishmael, as I am informed by Kodabakshir Barera Rice, of Yezd, in a Towers and Shrines 163. The Gumbad-i-Alavian, to which I have alluded as being in the northwestern part of the town, is a shrine perhaps 5 or 6 centuries old, belonging to the Seljuk era, and sacred as a tomb, but its only interest for us consists in the stucco work of the interior. This is artistic alike in design and in execution, and there are also some scrolls of fine workmanship and Kufic inscriptions from the Quran, which are very ornamental. Probably older, as far as concerns the site which it occupies, is the Kala Icona, ancient citadel, on the southern side of Hamadan, lying in the direction of Mount Alvand, see sketch map. If archaeological researches should be undertaken in the neighborhood of this structure, they might possibly yield interesting relics, as Hamadan is rich in antiquities, and the soil of the plain, when systematically dug, washed, and examined, as is done by some enterprising natives, yields a considerable harvest of old coins, seals, jewels, and other valuables, which repays the labor involved. Gold washing, in fact, is a regular occupation at Hamadan, and systematic washing of the fields has been carried on for the past 20 years. The yield in coins and nuggets has decreased, but the amount of gold dust that is found gives a fairly good profit. I have spoken of Alexander the Great in connection with Hamadan, and we know from history that he twice visited this ancient capital of Media, once when pursuing the vanquished Darius Codominus, and afterward when returning from Bactria and India. His name is still well known among the people as Iskandar, and various legends about him are preserved to the present time. Building, for example, near the bridge leading over the stream to the Musala, is said to occupy the site of the governor's palace, where he is supposed to have letter dated May 14, 1905. CP 371, below, and cf. also Pietro della Valle, 1617, Vianney, 1. 536, Travels, ed. Pinkerton, 9. 36, Tavernier, Travels, p. 143. I see also the remarks by Wilson, Persian Life, p. 157, and compare the reproductions of the finds in the Co Yukshan of De Morgan, Mission Scientifique, 4. 250 to 251 164 Hamadan, the ancient Ekbatan estate, and evil tales regarding his habits of excessive drinking still linger among the people. They repeat a story that one night in his cups he boasted how rapidly he was conquering the world. "Sire," said one of his generals, "it is through your father's soldiers that you win such successes." Angered at the rebuke and inflamed with wine, he caused his remonstrator to be put to death forthwith. On the following day, not knowing what he had done, he called for the general and then learned of the crime he himself had committed. The site of the supposed tomb of his victim is pointed out on the street overlooking the stream and is called Grab-i Iskandar, grave of Alexander, for the common people more generally believe that the world conqueror himself is buried there, rather than that it is the grave of Alexander's officer. The so-called sepulchre is nothing more than a recess in a rounded bastion of clay, mortar, and stone, that now forms part of the foundation of a mud house which is occupied as a dwelling and is entered by a small door, 1.5 feet wide and 2 feet high. I made no attempt to inspect the supposed crypt more closely. The story as it is told in Hamadan seems to contain a reminiscence of the death of the general Clitus, whom Alexander slew with his own hand in a fit of drunken madness because he ventured to rebuke the conqueror, an event generally said to have taken place at Samarkand, combined with a tradition of the loss of his favorite, Hephaestion, who died at Hamadan and whose death Alexander mourned in a wild despair. Plutarch describes the circumstances attending upon this one. Those natives of Hamadan who maintain that Alexander is really buried in their city narrate a legend to the effect that he gave orders that after his death his body should be carried with outstretched arms, holding earth in the hand, about the kingdoms which he had conquered. His corpse should be buried wherever he withdrew his hand. This happened at Hamadan and the body was accordingly interred. This note I have on the authority of Mr. Hle Bino of Kermanshah. The symbolism in the legend can easily be recognized. 2G Plutarch, Alexander, 50, 51, 72, ed. Becker, Leipzig, 1858, translate Langhorne, 5, 256 to 259, 282 to 283, of McCrindle, Invasion of India, p. 43, London, 1896. Bridge over the RIKR at h/m/dav Loixra Albond in Thank Background Legends of Alexander 165 Latter event. Alexander had returned to Ecbatana from India, and on reaching the ancient capital, of which he was now the victorious lord, he gave himself up to celebrating his successes with all the wanton luxuriousness of the East, for his habits had been growing more and more Asiatic, much to the distress of his hardier Macedonian leaders. The rejoicings were accompanied by games and public festivities conducted in regal fashion. In the midst of these celebrations, which Plutarch pictures as little better than drunken orgies, Hephaestion died. Alexander's grief knew no bounds, he says. He immediately ordered the manes of the horses and mules to be shorn as a sign of mourning, and tore down the battlements of the towns in the vicinity. He caused the unfortunate physician who had attended Hephaestion to be impaled, and forbade the flute and all other music in the camp for a long time. Plutarch then describes how Alexander ravaged the country round about, taking vengeance on the people for the death of his minion, putting to the sword all those that were of youthful age and calling this a sacrifice to Hephaestion. He designed a superb tomb for the dead favorite, which was to cost 10,000 talents and be executed by the celebrated Greek architect Stasikrates, but whether the mausoleum was ever built or whether the body was less magnificently interred at Ecbatana or perhaps even embalmed and carried with Alexander to Babylon, is not known. Nor is it at all certain that the so-called sarcophagus of Alexander preserved in Constantinople was really the coffin of the great conqueror. Another tomb, which is less known, but in reality more interesting, is that which contains the body of the great physician and philosopher Ibn Sina, or Abu Ali Ibn Sina, better known one. This is the statement of Plutarch, 72, tq. Vi ripi vdzekjave, but generally understood to refer to the walls of Ecbatana, Celian, History 7. 8, of Langhorne, Forkge's Lives, 5. 283, and 190. 2 Plutarch, Alexander, 72. For other traditions about Alexander, compare Kerr Porter, Travels, 2. 99 to 101. For a picture of the so-called Alexander sarcophagus at Constantinople, see Skrine and Boss, Heart of Asia, p. 9, London, 1899. 166 Hamadan, the ancient Ecbatana to the west as Avicenna. This remarkable man flourished about AD 1000 and was one of the finest intellectual forces that the Orient ever produced. He was a native of Bokhara in Turkestan, but lived long in Persia, spending his last days at Hamadan. His famous work on medicine, written in Arabic, but based on Greek authorities, ranks as a standard in the East and, through the medium of translations, enjoyed such distinction in Europe, some hundreds of years ago, that Chaucer refers to it in the Pardoner's Tale as a work familiarly known to his readers. Avicenna's metaphysical writings, which were likewise affected by Greece, being influenced by Aristotle and Neoplatonism, also found their way indirectly into Europe through the so-called Arabian philosophy of the Moors in Spain and thus affected scholastic philosophy. In addition to his renown as a physician and philosopher, Ibn Sina had some repute as an occasional writer of verse. Some of his quatrains anticipate Omar Khayyam by a century. I paraphrase a stanza which is particularly Khayyam-esque in tone and looks almost as if that large infidel might have written it. From Earth's dark center unto Saturn's gate I've solved all problems of this world's estate, from every snare of plot and guile set free, each bond resolved saving alone death's fate. 1 Chaucer, Pardoner's Tale, 889-891, 2 C. Brown, Literary History of Persia, p. 381. 8 To show I am not over-influenced by Fitzgerald, Quatrain 31, I append the Persian text of the quatrain and translate it literally, from the abysm of the dark earth to the height of Saturn, I have made all mysteries of the world resolved, I have leaped free from the fetters of all machinations and guile, every bond has been resolved, except the bond of death. Az Qatar igil sid td aoy izohil kardam hama mushkil di gidi rd hal hel run jastum zikate I har makar uhil har band. Kushta shnd magar band iagil instead of gil there is a reading ghoul, from the root of the dark rose, and dlam, world, as a synonym for gilti in the second line. The text of this quatrain is given by ETH6, Nakrichtan tomb of Avnna, Ibn Sina, tomb of Esthek and Mordecai. The tomb of Avicenna 167. The tomb itself is a simple brickwork building, rectangular in shape, and surrounded by an unpretentious walled courtyard which is haunted by dervishes, pilgrims, and loiterers. A carved and inscribed slab covers the dust of the great thinker, and by his side rest the remains of his contemporary. Sheikh Abu Sa'di, the Persian mystic poet and author of quatrain verses in allegorical and symbolic style, who is said to have been acquainted with Ibn Sina. Modern inscription written inside the tomb records the fact that this final resting place of His Holiness Sheikh Abu Sa'di and the Prince of Sages, Buluddin Ali Sina, Avicenna, had fallen into ruins and had been restored by the Princess Nigar Khanum of the royal line of the Qajar family in the year 1877, AH 1294. Point 2. Still another poetical shrine, situated not far from the Gumbad-i Alavian in the northwestern section of the city, is the tomb of another pre-Khayyamite, the dervish poet Baba Tahir Urian, d. 1019, a native of Hamadan, whose verses are in especial favor with the Persians because of their sweetness and their moral tone, even though tinged with the tender melancholy which marks the dervish character. Among the various tombs in the city, by far the most interesting, because of its traditional claims upon the student of the Bandar Kgl Ges. Dewis. Zia Göttingen p. 558, Göttingen, 1875, and by Pizzi, Chrestomathy Fersana, p. 89, Turin, 1889, for a German version of the stanza consult Horn, Geschichte Persischen Literatur, p. 150, Leipzig, 1901. For the phraseology of Omar's quatrain, number 303, which resembles Ibn Sina's in many respects, see Winfield, Quatrains of Omar Khayyam, pages 204 to 205, London, 1883, who renders Khayyam's stanza, I solved all problems, down from Saturn's wreath unto this lowly sphere of earth beneath, and leapt out free from bonds of fraud and lies, yeah, every knot was loosed, save that of death. E.F. Na Persisk Literatur, degree A verse from Hafiz on Spermtime * degree, Happy Face, degree -T trademark VL, P * inscription. C. Heron Allen and Brenton, Lament of Bdhd Tidher, London, 1902, and ETH6, Na Persisk Literatur, in Grundr. Iran. Philal. 223. 168 Hamid Aj, the ancient Ekbatana Bible, is the sepulchre alleged to be the burial place of Esther and Mordecai. This is situated in an old Jewish cemetery south of the center of the city and is said to occupy the same site as the original tomb, which was demolished when Tamerlane sacked Hamadan. The building is a small brick structure with a high-pointed cupola that has lost most of its stucco and tiles. The entrance is an unpretentious arch pierced by a very low door, which is made of a single stone turning heavily on rough-hewn pivots carved from the stone itself and set in deep sockets. I had to crouch to pass through, and then found myself in a low winding passage leading into the crypt. The dingy walls of this vaulted room are so discolored by the smoke from tapers and ill-fed lamps used to light the hundreds of pilgrims who visit the shrine, Mohammedans as well as Jews, that the texts and graffiti in various languages are hardly noticed. Side by side in the middle of the chamber are the two graves, each covered by an arc-shaped sarcophagus made of ebony, one slightly smaller than the other, and inscribed with Hebrew letters. These and the inscriptions on the walls contain texts from Esther and eulogies of the Jewish heroine and of Mordecai, together with various other records, fragments of parchment scrolls of the scriptures, crumbling, but too sacred to destroy, are scattered about, placed here for safekeeping as in the Jewish Grenazes. Regarding the authenticity of the graves, scholarly criticism is of the opinion that the Jews of Hamadan are the victims of a pious delusion, and that the tradition that the tomb represents the sepulchre of Esther and Mordecai, whose names are inscribed on the cenotaphs, has no historic foundation. The Hebrews themselves in the city 1 cf. Kerr Porter, Travels, 2. 108-2. There are socket holes of similar pivots in the square building opposite the tombs at Nakhshari Rustam, which is described at p. 302, below. 8. Kerr Porter, Travels, 2. 107, described them nearly a century ago, but the latest scholarly treatment of these inscriptions is by Israel L. 6, Bepyuondید et Jubes, 36. 237-255, Paris, 1898, and by Ivofman, OPCIT. A37. 303-304. Picture of the two sarcophagi may be seen in Flandin, Voyage en Furs, Moderne, pi. 69. The tomb of Esther and Mordecai 169. Never question the authenticity, however, and firmly believe that miracles are wrought at the sepulchre, especially at the time of the Purim festival. To them the biblical account of Esther is not a work of fiction, but a record of fact, of scenes enacted in the city where Xerxes, with whom King Ahasuerus has been historically identified, had his summer residence, and carved an inscription on Mount Alvand. Haman, his minister, is a living reality in their eyes, and they are capable of measuring the persecutions which he inflicted on their people by their own sufferings endured from time to time in Persia. Under these circumstances we can imagine what must have been the rejoicings of their ancestors at Susa, if not at Hamadan, in Bible times, when the appeal of their beautiful heroine touched the heart of King Ahasuerus, Xerxes, and caused him to spare their people and to hang their enemy on the very gallows that had been prepared for Mordecai. Other stories from the scriptures, besides these, haunt our memory when in Hamadan. Here at Ecbatana, as described in the apocryphal book of Tobit, lived Sarah, daughter of Raguel, who was under the fatal ban of the demon Asmodeus until freed by Tobias*. If this story be dismissed as too legendary, we still may advert to another scriptural fact, known from later history, namely, that Antiochus Epiphanes, about BC 164, came to Ecbatana after the outrages he committed at Persepolis, and was here smitten by the disease that brought about his death as a direct visitation of the curse of one. See the article by Sidi of Hamadan, in Bevue des Écoles de Vie Alliance Israelite, No. 8, pages 64-68, Paris, 1903. Sidi endeavors to refute the claims against the authenticity made by Israel L6vi, see reference in preceding note, and points to the miraculous manner in which women are freed from barrenness by performing certain rites in the monument. 2 Esther 7. 10 Seq 3 Tobit 3. 7, 6. 5, 7. 1, 14. 12, 14. See also Molden, the Iranian Bacjc ground of Tobit, in the Expository Times, 11. 257-260. Again Sir Henry Collinson, JBAS. 10 136-137, pleads that Takht-i Suleiman, not Hamadan, fulfills the conditions described in Tobit. Asterisk. The demon Asmodeus is generally regarded as identical with Ishma the Deva, in the Avesta, but this is doubted by some. 2 170. Hamadan, the ancient Ecbatana god, alluded to in 2 Maccabees 9:1-3. In addition to this, I may again recall the biblical statement to which I have already referred, describing how the edict of Cyrus the Great in favor of the Jews was found at Hamadan. In connection with the Bible, likewise, although not confined to Hamadan, I observed a parallel to the custom of cities of refuge, for, as I walked through the streets of the town, I saw several precincts marked off by chains over the entrances and gateways to indicate that the places were asylums of refuge, like those recognized in the Pentateuch. One of these Haskayidna, as they are called, is the Imam Qsada Yahya, not far from the Musalah hill. A visit to Hamadan would be incomplete without a sight of the Ganjanama inscriptions carved by Darius and his son Xerxes on one of the rocky peaks of Mount Alvand, southwest of the city, on the summer route to Tuasirkan. The distance is about an hour's easy ride on horseback, but owing to the snow and muddy roads it took me double the time to reach the place. The inscriptions are carved in 2 niches in the face of a granite rock, about 100 feet above a small stream which flows past the base of the hill. The situation is a picturesque one, and the approach, under ordinary circumstances, is not difficult, but I had to clamber up the hillside through knee-deep snow which extended almost to the base of the inscriptions and formed an artificial terrace under the lower edge. The position of the rock is such that the tablets face directly east. The niches are rectangular in shape, measuring about 5 feet by 8.5, and sunk about a foot deep in the rock. The inscription of Darius is in the niche to the left and is slightly higher than the Xerxes tablet. Both are about of the same size and proportions, and both show signs of weathering in places, for the rain and melting snow have proved destructive to the stone, despite the fact that the framework of the recess serves somewhat to protect it. The Darius inscription has 1c, for example, Numbers 35. 6, 11-15, Deuteronomy 4. 41-43. The Gaxjanama inscriptions in winter. The word God, Baga, in ancient Persian cuneiform letters. The Ganjanama inscriptions 171a suffered most. Crack runs through it from top to bottom on the left, or southern, side and broadens out as it nears the lower ledge till it becomes a fissure almost 5 inches wide and thus destroys several letters. Moss was growing in this cleft when I saw it, and water was trickling through the groove, tending to expand the crack still more. Small crack also mars the upper part of the 3rd column of this tablet, and there is a defacement in the lower part of the middle column. The socket holes noticeable about the framework of both recesses are apparently ancient and were probably intended to hold the supports for the scaffold while the sculptor was at work. The Darius inscription, like its companion piece, is arranged in 3 columns, written respectively in Old Persian, Susian, Neo-Elamitic, and Babylonian. The columns are clearly separated from each other by a narrow space that looks like a perpendicular band, and the lines of the inscription are sharply marked off by narrow grooves about 4 inches, 10 centimeters, apart. Each column contains 20 lines of text. The height of the cuneiform letters themselves is between 2 in and 2 in. Between 6 centimeters and 7 centimeters. The width of the first column is 44 in. 113 centimeters, of the second, 29 inches. 77.5 centimeters, and of the third 26 in. 68 centimeters. The letters of the inscription may perhaps best be likened in shape to horseshoe nails. The carving is in general clear and bold, and the words are perfectly legible, with a few exceptions caused by the cracks to which allusion has been made. The first word in the Persian column, Haga, the word for God, looks nearly as in my drawing reproduced on the accompanying page. More interesting than such technical details and measurements is a statement regarding the contents of this inscription, which begins Baga Vazrika or Amazda Haya Imam Humam ad, Haya Avamazam Nam ad, etc., and may be translated as follows: 1. For assistance in making the measurements while I was examining the inscription, I am indebted to Eve Nlur of Hamadan. 172 Ramadan, the ancient Ecbatana, a great god is Oramazda, who created this earth, who created yonder heaven, who created man, who made peace for man, who made Darius king, the one king of many, the one ruler of many. I am Darius, the great king, the king of kings, king of the countries which have many peoples. King of the great earth even to afar, the son of Hystaspes, the Achaemenian. The inscription of Xerxes by the side of this is precisely identical with it in contents except that the name of Xerxes is substituted for that of Darius throughout the tablet. The first, or Persian, column in this table is slightly marred near the top, and a crack, beginning in the 8th line of the second column and running nearly to the 18th line of the third, slightly damages several words. In width the first column is 46 inches. 116.5 centimeters, the second, 27 in. 70 centimeters, the third, 25 inches. 65.5 centimeters, and, as in the other inscription, each column has 20 lines of text, the letters being nearly of the same size as in the Darius inscription. In addition to their historic value, there is a special interest attached to these two tablets of Darius and Xerxes, from the standpoint of importance in deciphering cuneiform records. They are the two tablets that gave the key to the English decipherer, Sir Henry Rawlinson, whose work contributed most to placing cuneiform studies in general on a firm foundation. In the modern Persian tongue, Ganj means treasure story, and the natives call the sculptured tablets so because they imagine that a secret of some hidden treasure is concealed in them and that this will be revealed to the one who shall be able to decipher them. This fiction has proved to be a fact, though in a different way. The stone has been forced to tell its story of hidden riches in the realm of history and has handed over the key which the great decipherer used when 1 Alv. 1-24 transliteration of the Persian text of this, see Weisbach and Bang, Die Pers 2sc/ie, Eicheilenschriften, pages 36, 42, Leipzig, 1893, containing also a bibliography, p6, Spiegel, Die Altpersischen Keilenschriften, pages 46, 64, Leipzig, 1881. See also pages 175 to 185, below. Records of Darius and Xerxes 173. He translated the rock records of King Darius at Behistun and thus unlocked many treasures of the past. Scarcely 100 paces distant from the tablets of Darius and Xerxes, but around the spur to the right of the mountain, and overlooking the gully through which the stream flows, are two small niches. They are blank, without the trace of a single letter, but they appear to have been prepared to receive short inscriptions. One of these recesses is cut at a considerable slant, shaped like a rhomboid, the other is a narrow parallelogram carved vertically so that it looks almost like a small window in the rock. How these panels were to have been filled fancy alone can surmise. On the road homeward from the Ganj I stopped to examine the site of some ruins on a high ridge called that of the Nakdrkna or Band Tower, about 2 miles distant from the city. The outlines of a structure which the people name the Burj, tower, can be clearly made out in spite of its raised condition. Fragments of bricks mark the walls of a building which the guide termed the governor's house, a title commonly given by the Persians to the ruins of any large edifice that looks as if it might have been used officially. The remnants of a circular tank or reservoir, aus, whose thick walls of red brick were set in a very durable mortar, could also be traced, and there were evidences, besides, of a terraced approach to the brow of the hill, and no doubt the pick and spade, if used, would reveal more and tell something perhaps of the history of these crumbled remains. The view of Hamadan from this height, overlooking the plain of many colors, repaid me for the ascent, if nothing else did, for it presented the distant city to me in still another light. The Musalla, once crowned with walls, stood out clear to the one. There is also a cave in the mountains in this same vicinity, about 2 miles south of Hamadan, and likewise a windstone, which when shaken, is believed to create wind for threshing grain. This information I owe to Mr. H. L. Rubino of Kermanshah, but I did not see either of these. 174 Hamadan, the ancient Ekbatan of view, but looked barren and desolate. Fine gardens, which afford a delightful resort for an afternoon in the suburbs, especially in the vicinity of the Armenian village of Shavarin, border the town. The domes of the shrines of the Imamzadas or Muslim saints, tell how the newer religion has supplanted the old religion of Zoroastrianism, and the minaret of the Friday mosque, Masjid-i-Jurn-Dh points to the fact that the older worship has given place to a newer. As I rode back through the busy streets, all astir with life and activity, and fully alert to the interests of the present, I could not help thinking that, despite its 3,000 years, Ramadan is still youthful in spirit as in appearance, even though reft of the magnificence which once made the city the boasted pride of media. Where's the wisdom hoary sage shall unriddle us this page? Temples toppled from their base, victor race o a running race, yet, within the ancient place, mirth, and love of maid and man, ea on the walls of Hamadan. Chapter 13 The Rock Inscriptions of the Great Persian Kings Sermons in Stones. Shukspek, as you like it, 2. 117. The Bible refers to the Book of Chronicles of the Kings of Media and Persia, but those documents written on perishable parchment were not the only records which the Persian monarchs, Cyrus, Darius, Xerxes, and Artaxerxes caused to be made of their deeds and of memorable events in their reigns. I refer to the cuneiform records, covering a period of nearly 2 centuries, BC 541 to 340, which the Achaemenian kings inscribed upon the living rocks. These documents in stone have defied the ravages of time, in part at least, and preserved for the present and the future an account of events long past, many of which would otherwise have been buried in oblivion. By far the most important of these inscriptions is the great inscription of Darius, carved far up on the mountain side of the Behistun rock. Next in interest and value are those which the same monarch caused to be chiseled on the palace walls and platform at Persepolis, as well as around his tomb at Nakhshari-Rustam. The portals and pillared halls of Xerxes and Artaxerxes at Persepolis, though in ruins, contain also short inscriptions left by these kings, and a sculptured monolith near the tomb of Cyrus the Great at Pasargadse was inscribed with 4 words from the lips of the great king himself. Besides these, there are tablets of Darius and Xerxes on Mount Alvand near Hamadan, which I have already described, and additional inscriptions of the Achaemenians are found at Susa 1 Esther 10. 2, cf 6. 175–176 rock inscriptions of the great Persian kings in southwestern Persia, at Kerman in the southeast, at Van in Armenia, and even at Suez in Egypt. We owe to travelers our earliest direct knowledge of the Achaemenian inscriptions and of the places where they are found. The list begins with the Venetian envoy Josepha Barbaro in the 15th century and ends with the scholarly Niebuhr in the 18th, whose more accurate copies of some of the inscriptions at Persepolis gave a basis for students to work upon. But up to the year 1802 no Daniel had been found to interpret the mysterious handwriting on the wall, although scholars were generally agreed that the inscriptions owed their origin to the Achaemenian kings. It was the German schoolmaster and philologist Grotefend who first solved the mystery of the cuneiform writing, and to him belongs the honor of being the first to decipher the old Persian inscriptions. Attracted to the subject by reason of his classical interests, he devoted himself to the cuneiform problem with the enthusiasm that marks a scholar, and the story of how he deciphered the characters, letter by letter, reads like a chapter in a novel. Placing side by side 2 of the shorter Persepolitan tablets, which he assumed to be Achaemenian records, he made the shrewd conjecture that one of the words which was most often repeated was the name for king and that the king's name preceded it. In this manner, by means of a number of careful comparisons and scholarly deductions, he was able to spell out the name of Darius, of his father Hystaspes, and of his son Xerxes. The results of these investigations he laid one with regard to the location of the inscriptions, the history of their decipherment, editions of texts and translations, see Koger's, History of Bosjalonia and Assyria, 1. 1–83, New York, 1901 Booth, Discovery and Decipherment of the Trilingual Inscript Ions, London, 1902 Weisbach, Die Altpersische Keilenschriften, in Grundr. Iran. Philol. 254–74, V. Eisbach and Bang, Die Altpers. Eolinsk/I, /Leipzig, 1893, Spiegel, ZIEA Zippers. EIZIHSC/I, dot, 2D ed., Leipzig, 1881, Tolman, Old Persian Inscriptions, New York, 1893. For a detailed account of the earlier travelers and investigators of the cuneiform inscriptions, see the books by Rogers and by Booth referred to in the preceding note. The Rock of Behistan from the south, from Rawlinson, view of the Behistan Rock from the upper end, sketched from a photograph by the author, Grotefend the first decipherer 177 before the Academy of Sciences at Göttingen, September 4, 1802, and thus founded the science of cuneiform decipherment. The key to the riddle having at last been discovered, other scholars continued the work begun by Grotefend, so that we are able today to read all the Persian inscriptions and also to translate the parallel versions of them in Elamitic and Babylonian. But foremost among the contributors to the science of cuneiform interpretation, whether German, French, or Danish, was the noted Englishman Rawlinson, who was a soldier as well as a scholar. To Major Henry Creswick Rawlinson, afterwards Sir Henry Rawlinson, Privy Councillor, belongs the honour of deciphering the Ganjay Nama tablets at Hamadan, and the glory of being the first to ascend the Behistan rock and copy the inscription of Darius. The Behistan mountain, Ayatavopoi, or Bisaitan, as the natives call it, had been known from times of antiquity, but no one understood the meaning of the inscribed tablets or could identify the dozen or more human figures sculptured above them on the inaccessible side of the rock. Diodorus Siculus in the 1st century BC attributed them to Semiramis Yakut. 12 centuries later, has little to say about Behistan, except to allude to the equestrian statue at the base, which is now known, even in its mutilated condition, to be of Parthian origin *, about AD 50. The first European to call attention to Bisaitan seems to have been the French traveller Otter, about the year 1734. Olivier noticed it also some 60 years. It is appropriate to mention the names of the earlier workers in cuneiform philology, such as de Sacy, Saint Martin, Rask, Berneuve, Lasson, Beer, Jacquet, Rich, Westergaard, Holtzmann, Oppert, M. Nant, and Spiegel, without including names of the present time. To consult the interesting biography by his brother, Canon George Rawlinson. Memoir of Sir Henry Bawlinson, London, 1898, and compare the end account of his work in Rogers' History, pages 63 to 73, and Booth, Discovery, pages 102 to 114. GP 189, below. *CP 209, below. Yakut, pages 124-125, speaks of the finely carved horse, which shows that he gave his attention only to the Gotartz's sculpture below, which is now destroyed. He calls the horse Shavdas, another statue of which he describes at Tak-i-Basti, CFP 224, below. 178 rock inscriptions of the great Persian kings later. Joubert visited it, and Gardan fancied that the sculptures might represent the 12 apostles. Kerporter, in 1818, conjectured that the bas-reliefs were portraits of King Shulmaneser and 2 of his generals, together with the 10 captive tribes of Israel, but no one had examined the carvings in detail or copied the inscriptions below and beside them. The danger of climbing the rock proved too great a barrier. Kinnear, in 1810, did not attempt the task. Kerporter climbed halfway up and sketched the sculptures, but did not reach the ledge to copy the inscriptions, and in speaking of the danger of the ascent he says that at no time can it be attempted without great personal risk. It remained for Rawlinson to accomplish the feat, in the year 1835. Rawlinson was at that time a young military officer, 25 years old, and employed in training native recruits for the army of the Shah. While stationed at Hamadan he had learned to decipher the cuneiform characters **, and he was now given an excellent opportunity to examine the Bihistan rock by receiving an appointment from the Shah, in 1835, which transferred him to Kermanshah, some 20 miles distant from the inscription. He made the best of his opportunity, and at risk of life and limb made several ascents of the rock in the next 2 years, 1835 to 1837, and was able to transcribe the first column of the Persian text with remarkable exactness and prepare it for publication. Nearly 10 years later, in 1844, after active service in the Afghan War, he transcribed the rest and took a copy also of the Elamitic version, variously called Median, Scythian, Neo-Susian. He supplemented this, in 1847, by a revision of the entire text and a reproduction of the Babylonian 1 Seeker Porter, Travels, 2. 154, and Booth, Discovery, pages 82, 105. 2 Porter, Travels, 2. 159 to 162. 3 Porter, Travels, 2. 158 *CP 172. Above. While working on the Ganjnama inscription, Rawlinson knew that the key to the cuneiform had been discovered long before his time and that scholars were at work on the texts, but it is clear from his later correspondence with European savants how much he had been able to accomplish independently. See his account in Titi Athenaeum, number 2976, p. 693, November 8, 1884. Rawlinson's great achievement 179 version, quickly he secured through the help of a wild Kurdish lad, who performed the perilous feat of taking a paper squeeze of that almost inaccessible inscription. This is not the place to discuss the great importance of Rawlinson's work and the value of later contributions based upon it, as they are well known to scholars, but Rawlinson's copy was made more than half a century ago, and there had been no opportunity to test its accuracy, as he was the only one. Collinson's account of the lad's dangerous climb may be found in Archaeologia, 34, 1850, pages 73 to 75, reprinted in George Rawlinson, Memoir, p. 156, n1. Rawlinson's own devotion to the work on the Bihistan rock may be judged from what he wrote more than 40 years later in the Athanaseum, number 2976, p. 593, November 8, 1884, from which I make a selection, during service as a military officer in my Persia, from 1833 to 1839, visits to the rock of Bihistan were few and hurried. On these occasions I worked hard, but the difficulties were so great that I had only succeeded in copying one half of the Persian text of the inscription, the Median and Babylonian texts being entirely untouched, when I was compelled to leave the country in order to take part in the First Afghan War. At the close of that war in 1843 I was offered, as a reward for my services, the highest political employment and an assured career in India, but I had not forgotten Bihistan. It had become the ambition of my life to carry on my cuneiform researches, and especially to work out the Babylonian puzzle, and accordingly, to the astonishment of friends, I deliberately declined the brilliant prospect opened out to me in India, and elected to return to what was called exile at Baghdad, where for 12 weary years, broken by only one brief visit to England, I resided, in an exhausting climate, cut off from all society, sparingly supplied with the comforts of civilization, and, in fact, doing penance in order to attain a great literary object. During this period of probation, on 2 occasions in 1844 and 1847 I again visited the rock of Bihistan, riding 1,000 miles for the purpose and dispersing above 1,000 I from my own funds for the expenses of the expeditions. I will not say much as to the danger or difficulty of ascending the rock and reaching the upper part of the sculptures, which are some 500 feet above the plain. I did not think much at the time of the risk to life and limb, but it must be remembered that Messrs. Coste and Plandon, having been deputed to the spot by the French government with express instructions to copy the inscriptions, returned re-infect, declaring the sculptures to be absolutely inaccessible. And I may further add that although there is still something to be copied and much to be verified, I have never heard but of one traveler accomplishing the ascent since the period of my last visit. 2. Rawlinson's epoch-making work was published in the Journal of the Royal Asiatic Society, 10. 1-349, London, 1847. 180 rock inscriptions of the great Persian kings who had studied the rock itself. Accordingly, one purpose of my journey was to make the ascent, if possible, and examine some of the mooted passages in the cuneiform text. How far I was able to accomplish this, in the limited time at my disposal, will be recorded in the next chapter. Before giving an account of the contents of the inscriptions, it may be well to give some idea of the bas-reliefs that are carved above them on a surface over 20 feet in length and more than 10 feet in height, and to tell whom the sculptures are intended to represent. The king, who is the principal figure in the group, is Darius himself, and the image is majestic in its bearing and carved in bold relief. In his left hand Darius holds a bow, and he raises his right hand as he pronounces sentence of doom upon 9 captives standing before him, each with the hands tied behind the back and a rope about the neck. Above the head of each of the captives, but below the prostrate figure and on the skirt of the tunic of the third prisoner, is the name of the rebel king whose effigy is given, and in each case the nature of the rebellion and the place where it started is recorded in a short tablet, and a word is added to the effect that the pretender lied in making his claims to the throne. The names of some of these rebels, like Nadintabera or Nadintabel of Babylon, we know also from other sources, and the last in the line is Skunka the Scythian, who is marked by his high anointed cap. Beneath the feet of the king lies a 10th foe, imploring mercy with upstretched hands, but trampled upon by the stern monarch. This fallen enemy is Gaumata the Magian, otherwise known as the false Smerdis, who usurped the crown upon the death of Cambyses, under pretense of being the king's brother, but was unmasked and slain by Darius and his 6 trusty followers, as described in the inscription itself and narrated also by Herodotus. 1. In the main body of the inscription below the bas-reliefs an account of each revolt, and the battles which followed, is given. The Kerman inscription of King Dakius 1. The Persian text. The grand inscription of Behistun 181. Directly back of the king stands his quiver-bearer and chamberlain, Aspachana, and behind the latter is the king's spear-bearer, Gabruva, if we may assign to these the names attached to the similar figures at Nakhshari Rustum, names known also from the Greek sources as Gabrias and Aspathenes. Above the head of the king there floats a winged figure of the god Oromazda, who presents to him a ring, the symbol of sovereignty, and adds his blessing in sanction of the king's deeds. This figure, like the rest of the sculptures, shows the influence of Assyro-Babylonian art, and all the figures are very robust and stocky in build, like some of those at Persepolis. The king is represented as heroic in size in contrast to the captives, who appear dwarfed beside him. The position of the inscriptions with reference to the bas-reliefs may next be noted. The Persian tablets are directly below the sculptured group. The Elamitic version is carved around a ledge on the lower left-hand side and is very difficult to reach. The Babylonian projects over this, on the face of the scarped rock, and supplementary inscriptions and translations are carved around the bas-reliefs and on tablets to the right. After giving these details we may turn to the inscriptions themselves and their contents. The 5 columns of the Old Persian give a brief history of the main events that occurred in the early part of the reign of Darius. They are carved in about 400 lines of beautiful cuneiform writing, on polished tablets, and are supplemented by versions in Elamitic and Babylonian, which comprise together as many lines more. Darius tells in brief form how he became king by the grace of Oromazda Vashant Oromazda and by his own prowess, and he recounts the battles he fought and the victories he won and how many revolts he had to crush in organizing and admonies. 1. For references, see Justi, Iranish's Name and Butch, pages 46, 111, Bartholomew, Air. WB pages 217, 482. CFST \MKNNRE and \Q handle \Z internal, Orientalisan Congrupi. 97, El Aydin 1904. Jeek Frundr. Iran. Filal. 2631, 182 rock inscriptions of the great Persian kings during his great empire. The language is nearly allied to that of the Avesta, and the style, which shows the influence of the Assyro-Babylonian inscriptions, is marked by a dignity and simplicity that is suited to such a record, despite the inevitable baldness of an ojasical document and the tendency to repetition which characterizes an Oriental communication. I am Darius, Darius, the great king, the king of kings, the king of nations, the son of Vishtaspat, the Achaemenian. Such are the opening words, and after tracing his right to the throne through a double line of descent and enumerating his tributary countries, he gives a notable account of the usurpation and overthrow of Gaumata the Magian, already referred to. Throughout the entire 5 columns, each paragraph that deals with a new subject is introduced by "Thus saith Darius the king Didrayavas gh diathaya," which lends a certain formal dignity to the style, and a religious tone is imparted to the edict by the fervor with which Darius again and again attributes his successes to Oramazda. This is particularly noticeable in the 4th column, where the style rises to some degree of literary merit. To illustrate what I mean, I shall translate a portion of that column, as I devoted a special attention to it during the time which I spent upon the rock. I shall follow the original closely in rendering, so as to convey an idea of the inscriptional style, making only trifling modifications for the sake of greater intelligibility, and 1 or 2 slight omissions for the sake of brevity. BH4. 33-36. Thus saith Darius the king, those countries which became rebellious, the lie made them rebellious, so that they deceived the people. Oramazda delivered them into my hand. I see gray, stylistic parallels between the Assyro-Ba and Op inscr. In A.M. Jern. Semit. Lang 17. 151-159, and compare my article, Persian Literature, in Progress, 2. 35-55, Chicago, 1896. 2. The word draga, lie, falsehood, deceit, is personified in the inscriptions and used almost as an equivalent of Satan, fiend. See my article in Jags. 21-170. The Kerman inscription of King Darius II. The Elamitic text, Khoi tense of the Behistun inscriptions 183-36-40. Asterisk. Thus saith Darius the king, thou who shalt be king hereafter, be constantly on thy guard against the lie. The man who is a liar, punish him well with punishment, if thou thinkest my country must be firmly established. 40-45. Thus saith Darius the king, that which I have done altogether by the grace of Oramazda. Thou who shalt hereafter read this inscription, let that which hath been done by me appear to thee true, hold it not for a lie. Thus saith Darius the king, may Oramazda be witness that it is true, not false, I did it altogether. 45-50. Thus saith Darius the king, by the grace of Oramazda there is much else, besides, done by me, which is not written in this inscription. On this account is it not written, lest that which I have done may seem exaggerated to him who shall hereafter read this inscription, and may not appear to him true and may seem to be a lie. 152-59. Thus saith Darius the king, let that which I have done appear unto thee true, as it is, therefore conceal it not. If thou shalt not conceal this edict, but shalt publish it to the people, may Oramazda be a friend unto thee, and may thy seed be multiplied, and mayest thou live long. Thus saith Darius the king, if thou shalt conceal this edict and shalt not publish it to the people, may Oramazda be thy slayer, and may thy seed be cut off. 59-64. Thus saith Darius the king, that which I have done altogether by the grace of Oramazda. Oramazda, and the other gods that be, brought aid unto me. For this reason did Oramazda, and the other gods that be, bring aid unto me, because I was not hostile, nor a liar, nor a wrongdoer, neither I nor family, but according to Iqtitut have I ruled. The inscriptions of Xerxes and of the later Artaxerxes are hardly more than reproductions of the minor tablets of Darius, formulaic in their contents and mechanical in their structure, but they have a historical and philological value, and are interesting also from the standpoint of religion, because the inscriptions of Artaxerxes II and III recognize Mithra and Anahita as divinities by the side of Ora Mazda, whereas they are not men. 1. The frank simplicity of this statement is delightful. The difficulties in the last two lines, see pages 203 to 207, below. 184 rock inscriptions of the great Persian kings Tionid in the inscriptions of Darius, although perhaps included in the other gods that be Anid Haga Hataya I Hantid. Ora Mazda, however, is still the supreme head of the world. According to all the tablets, great God is Ora Mazda, the greatest of the gods, he who created this earth, who created yonder heaven, who created man, who created peace for man, who made Xerxes, or Artaxerxes, king. But in general the ring of the metal seems less true, and in these later inscriptions the language, like the style, shows signs of decadence. Before I close this chapter I wish to call attention to one small inscription of Darius, previously known but not easily accessible in the cuneiform characters. It is preserved at the village of Magan, near Kerman, in the shrine of Nimat Uahvala, founder of the order of Nimatullah dervishes, but its previous history is unknown. The characters are carved on three faces of a small tetragonal pyramid of dark stone, which is about 4 inches high and 3 inches square at the base and therefore a little larger than the photographs that I reproduce. The photographs were kindly sent me by the late J.C. van Roosbroek, Director of Persian Customs and Post, and forwarded to him by the courtesy of Mr. A. Miller, Russian consul at Kerman. The contents of the 8 lines are familiar from other inscriptions of Darius, and they read, I am Darius, the great king, the king of kings, the king of nations, king of this earth, son of Vishtaspa, the Achaemenian. The same lines are repeated in an Elamitic and a Babylonian version. It may be said in conclusion that, viewed as a whole, the story of the deciphering of the cuneiform records is one of the most instructive chapters in the history of philological research, and the achievements of Grotefend and his successors are to be with regard to the expression peace, Utti, of Isaiah 45. 7, and CJAOS 21:166. 2 approximately 10 cm by 9 cm** for the text of this inscription in transliteration, see Weiss Backley and Bang, Opers. K-Unscr. Pages 7, 38, and Gobineau, Trade, 1. 323 SEQ, also Barthold, Historico-Geographical Account of Iran, pages 94 to 95, in Russian, St. Petersburg, 1903. J-M** the Kekman inscription of King Darius III. The Babylonian text other cuneiform records 185 reckoned among the memorable accomplishments of the 19th century. Let us hope that those blessings may always come true which Darius invokes in the inscription itself upon those who preserve the inscription and make it known to the people, for Ora Mazda shall be their friend. Chapter 14 The Great Behistan Rock and an Ascent to read the cuneiform records of Darius I will yo all these Shaptavus and sight, and all the wise how I gan to this place approach that stood upon so high a roche higher stand there noon in Spain, but up I clomb with Alepain. Chaucer, House of Fame, 3. 23 to 28 Easter Monday, April 13, 1903, will remain for me a memorable date in the calendar, for on that morning, after 4 days on horseback from Hamadan, I caught my first glimpse of the mountain of Behistan and the great inscription of Darius. 4 miles before one reaches it the huge mass of rock is constantly in sight, lifting its giant head 1700 feet above the plain, and several times in the distance my eager eyes were mistaken in fancying I could see from afar the smoothed surface where the great king's edict is inscribed. This was an error, for in approaching by the Hamadan road one must round the northeast corner of the mountain before the inscription can be seen. It was shortly before noon, or, to be more accurate, 11:25 a.m., when my caravan halted at the base of Bisaitun, as the Persians call it, and far above I could see the inscription and the sculptured figures which the natives term the 9 dervishes. One reprinted with some additions and minor corrections from my report in JA08. 2477-95. The additions are, 151, Padid Vahai, 261, Korabt Harahaya, the notice of the Gotartses sculpture, and the account of the monolith at the close of the chapter. 186-1, I1IJFLT First View of the Great Rock. 187 With all I had read about Behistan, with all I had heard about it, and with all I had thought about it beforehand, I had not the faintest conception of the Gibraltar-like impressiveness of this rugged crag until I came into its Titan presence and felt the grandeur of its somber shadow and towering frame. Snow and clouds capped its peaks at the time, and birds innumerable were soaring around it aloft or hovering near the place where the inscriptions are hewn into the rock. There, as I looked upward, I could see, more than 300 feet above the ground, the bas-relief of the great king, Darius. Prone at his feet lay Gaumata, the Magian usurper, who had seized the throne on the death of Cambyses. In front of Darius stood the row of captive kings, and above the head of each I could discern a faint trace of the tablet with the lie which each had uttered in his false claims to the throne, although my letters were not legible at such a distance. Memory recalled the story of each of these rebel lords, and I could picture the torture and agonized death that each suffered at the hands of the king. From the descriptions I had read, or perhaps from the mental picture I had previously formed of the scene, I had always fancied that the inscriptions and the sculptures were carved nearer the middle of the mountain, whose general contour on this side runs from northeast to southwest. Not so. They are cut high up in the side of a steep gorge or craggy gully that makes a deep gash in the face of the rock and extends 300 feet downward to the plain beneath. But before proceeding further with the description, it may be well to turn to the middle part of the mountain front itself and examine its appearance. As one faces the great Behistan rock, the striking feature that catches the eye is a huge space carved near the middle of the base, but left entirely bare of an inscription. Even Kerporter in his description seems to have given less attention than it deserves to this magnificent tabula rasa, the more 188 the great Behistan rock conspicuous because of its vacant, wall-like stare. It must have been prepared with an especial design of recording some historic event, as I felt certain after devoting part of an afternoon to a study of it. Space of nearly 500 feet in length I paced it off, and over 100 feet in height has been cut out of the mountain front to form a rocky canvas for commemorating some record of importance. The idea that it is due to mere quarrying vanishes at once when one studies the appearance of it and observes the evident design. 2 rocky ledges, one somewhat higher than the other, are cut on either side to furnish a means of nearer access to the mammoth screen, while the overhanging canopy of rock forms a framework above, and a terrace of earth and stones offers an approach to the place from below. Such is the general scheme of arrangement. The question naturally arises, and is always asked by those who have seen the great blank space, when and by whom was it cut, what was its purpose, and why is it without a trace of the cuneiform chronicler's chisel? To this inquiry the natives respond by saying it is the work of Farhad. The sentiment of such an explanation will appeal to every reader of Nizami's romantic epopee. He will recall the tragic story of the enamored sculptor and the lovely Shireen, and he will trace in fancy the marks of the ambitious wooer steel or hear the ring of the mallet as the rock yielded to his Herculean blows. But the one seeker porter, travels, 2. 149-162. 2. When I gained access to my library I found that M. de Morgan Miss Zion Scientific, 4. 286-289, has given an elaborate description of the probable manner in which the vast surface was prepared by the stonecutters, and he shows how the markings on the stones which have been thrown down may have been made. He is of the opinion that the surface was prepared to receive an inscription, qui, put etre, debate relateur tons les fate de I histoire pers OPCITP 287. Mr. E. L. Mitford from England to Ceylon 40 years ago, London, 1884, believed that it was designed apparently for the back wall of some extensive building, and he adds that the only sculpture on the scarp was a single female mask. If this M still exists, I failed to see it, and I incline to think that the signs in the fallen stones which are scattered about are masons' marks rather than characters of an alphabet. But I may be wrong. CP 226, below. F0003IJ-3 3 a huge space left blank 189 classicist at the same moment will remember a passage in Diodorus Siculus, which tells how Semiramis visited Bagistanan, encamped nearby, built a paradise on the spot, and commemorated the occasion by an inscription on the mountain. The quotation from this Greek author, who lived in the 1st century before the Christian era, is worth repeating for the sake of comparison. When Semiramis had brought to an end the works upon which she was engaged, she set out for Media with a large military force and, halting near the mountain called Bagistan, pitched her camp there. She made a park, 12 furlongs in circumference, in the plain, which has a great fountain that waters all the cultivated area round about. The mountain of Bagistan is sacred to Zeus, and on the side toward the garden it has steep rocks extending upward to the height of 17 furlongs. On the lower part of this she caused her own image to be carved, with 100 lance-bearers standing round about her. She inscribed likewise in Syriac characters, SV/Tzipafif on the rock, that Semiramis had ascended from the plain to the top of the height by laying, one upon the other, the packs of the beasts of burden that followed her. That we have in this passage a direct allusion to our rock is undoubted. The only question is whether the story which Diodorus gives is to be applied to the unlettered space or to the familiar sculptures and inscriptions of Darius. The difficulty with the former application is the fact that a careful examination of the huge central table does not reveal the slightest trace of its ever having been inscribed. I studied it with great attention, having in mind the Diodorus passage, and I asked also the judgment of my native servant, who was very intelligent in such matters, but I could not convince myself that this portion of the rock had ever been engraved, or that an inscription had one Diodorus Loculus, his story lived to. 13, Tr. Booth, 1. 110 The statement 17 furlongs, or stadia, i.e. above 10,000 feet, is greatly exaggerated, as is noticed also by G. Rawlinson, 5 Great Monarchies, 3. 31, n. 18. Yakut, p. 125, says that Bagistan is so high that its summit cannot be reached, which is also exaggerated, although the peak is very lofty. 190 The Great Bagistan rock been obliterated. If one were inclined to theorize and to build up a fanciful hypothesis on flimsy foundations, it would be easy to suggest that King Darius, after completing the well-known record and sculptures, had directed the present vacant space to be prepared for a memorial of his later deeds, especially the campaign against Greece. The misfortunes at Athos and Marathon, the uprising in Egypt, and the hand of death, frustrated his plan, changed the course of history, and left the blank page on the rock to bear witness e silentio to the triumph of Hellas and the beginning of the downfall of Iran. But this is mere guesswork, idle fantasy, especially when one asks why Darius should have reserved the central and best position on the mountain for the last. All that we can say is that the general appearance of the place and the nature of its surroundings gives the impression of great antiquity. So much for the blank and unfinished wall space. May now turn to the well-known tablet and sculptures that form the special subject of discussion. As stated before, the great record of Darius is situated farther to the northeast, some 400 or 500 paces removed from the central point. As one stands beneath and looks 300 feet upward within the rocky ravine, the general outline of the inscription and the figures of Darius, the 2 viziers, and the 10 captive kings, come clearly into view. It is easy to understand why the natives regard the latter as the 9 dervishes, because the prostrate figure of Gaumata, with his upstretched hands, is not so easy to distinguish in the distance. As to Skunka with his high Scythian cap, I am inclined to agree with the view that his figure was added some time after the others were carved. On viewing the smoothed spaces where the inscriptions are cut, I could make out, as I knew it beforehand, the general arrangement of the Old Persian in the center below the sculptures, the Neo-Elamitic to the left of the ledge, and the Babylonian above this and also above on the right. The familiar broad bands that indicated by their peculiar grayish color where the water had streamed down and washed a dangerous climb 191 away portions of the inscription, were all too plain. Even at the moment, water was oozing out from the upper part of one of the tablets and trickling over its face. It was evident at a glance that a telescope would be of no service in copying the lower part of the Old Persian text, because the projecting ledge cut off a portion of the inscription from below. It was necessary to get nearer. Climbing past huge boulders and fragments of fallen crags, which make the ascent of the gorge not easy, it was possible to get closer to where the tablets and sculptures are. The precipitous sides of the gorge form an angle. The Darius record is on the side that faces almost directly toward the east. The opposite wall or other face of the shaft-like ravine is so steep and rugged as to defy the climber's attempts to ascend it for the purpose of photographing the inscriptions from their own level. The natives assert that it is practically impossible to mount that side of the rocky couloir. The question now arose, how best to ascend to the inscriptions? Having heard from a Persian friend that it would probably be best to be let down from above, I had previously studied some of the methods employed by the bird nesters in the Hebrides in being lowered by ropes over craggy cliffs. Brief examination of the situation, however, showed that the only feasible approach was by climbing and being drawn up by cords. In less than an hour the preparations for the task were begun. Meshad Ali, the owner of the caravanserai nearest to the rock, found 5 men who were ready to undertake the ascent. 6th, Cooley, the guide and best of them all, was added later, and the procession with ropes and a ladder was soon under way toward the beetling precipice. Whatever may be said against the ladder, which proved of little use, nothing can be maintained against the Persian goat hair ropes, for their quality is excellent. The cords that bound the luggage on the caravan pack horse, supplemented by ropes furnished by the Bisaitan guides, and firmly fastened about my chest with knots that only a Persian knows how to tie, were a precaution against the 192 the great Behistun rock danger of slipping and gave confidence for the climb. The stout protest of the guides against my riding boots was well founded, as the risks of the first day proved, but a happy substitute for these was later found in the native gulvas, resembling rough tennis shoes, which were loaned by one of the Persian bystanders and firmly sewed upon the feet with a heavy pack-thread needle. All was then ready. The exciting task began. The ascent of the first huge fissure in the side of the couloir, the clamber with torn hands and clothes along the brink of a precipitous crag, the tugging ropes that helped up the steep incline of the second rock, the scramble past the thorn bush that barred the way farther up, and the final tug and spring that brought to the edge of the ledge, together with "Hail Cub, very good," and the encouraging word of the guides, "No fear now, the danger is over," will not readily be forgotten. Only when one has stood on the narrow ledge by the side of the inscriptions and looked out over the magnificent plain far beneath, and listened to the dull murmur of the stream below, as it bursts from the mountain's base, does one know how to appreciate Rawlinson's work. It may interest others, as it did me, to learn that he has carved his name in the stone, a few inches below the very inscriptions which he first made known to the modern world. This he was entitled to do, and one is almost inclined to append after his simple H.C. Rawlinson, 1844 the words of ancient India's homage Namo Nama. In the words of Rawlinson, the climbing of the rock to arrive at the inscriptions, if not positively dangerous, is a feat at any rate which an antiquary alone could be expected to undertake. On the first day it took a while to get somewhat used to the giddy height, so I devoted my attention to examining the general condition of the rock, making notes, observing the sculptures, which one can study better, however, from below than from the ledge, and to getting the size of the cuneiform letters and of the tablets themselves. The 4 columns of the Old Persian thank Behistun sculptures and inscriptions, from Ra Hcnson, Cooley, the head guide in the ascent reaching the lofty ledge 193 record, are each about 6 feet broad. The exact measure equals ments in meters, if one cares to have them, are, first kernel equals 1.90, 2D kernel 1.94, 3D kernel 1.95, approximate, 4th kernel 1.94, approximate. The 5th column I did not measure, owing to the difficulty of access to it. The place occupied by the Neo-Elamitic, Scythian or Median, inscription is around a crag to the left of the Old Persian, as one faces the inscription, and for taking me there my most reliable guide wished to quintuple his price, while the Babylonian tablet on the overhanging ledge above to the left and to the right is the most inaccessible of all, as Rawlinson himself discovered, when his guides failed him and he found only one Kurdish shepherd lad who would venture to undertake to reach it and accomplished with difficulty the risky task of taking the squeezes of that inscription. On looking at the mass of scarped rock one wonders how the daring boy ever accomplished the perilous feat. Perhaps he still lives and can tell, but, as regards Rawlinson, I could not find the slightest recollection of him among the inhabitants of whom I inquired, although I learned afterwards that his special Persian guide died a few years ago at Hamadan. A study of the Old Persian tablets soon revealed the fact that the inscription has suffered much since the days of Rawlinson. Mention has already been made of the water that was oozing from the upper part of the inscription when first I saw it, so that it was wet in places for the space of several feet. Some photographs, which I succeeded in taking on the second day upon the ledge, make clearer what we have lost and are losing, and I fear that other and fresher proofs of this will be found when the rock is examined with more detail than was possible in my short week's stay. But I wish to call attention to one point. I found that after the eye had become accustomed and had some practice, it was possible to restore lost letters and words by a careful examination of the indentures ICP 179, above, and H. C. Rawlinson, Archaeologia, 34. 73-75, and G. O. Rawlinson, Memoir of Sir Henry Ball-Inson, pages 156-157, London, 1898. 194 The great Behistun rock which the heavy stroke of the engraver's chisel had left in carving the character. The head of the nail-shaped letters, for the Behistun letters look perhaps more like horseshoe nails than like wedges, can still be discerned as a dot or hole in the washed-away stone, and a knowledge of the cuneiform writing enables one to combine these indentures into skeleton letters that often remove all doubt as to the true reading. I understood how Rawlinson must sometimes have done this, and more easily, because the stone had suffered less in his time, I believe, than today. In contrast to the disintegrated parts stand those portions of the inscribed tablets where the flow of the water has not mutilated and defaced the rock. Here, instead of the peculiar dull steel-gray bands, we have the beautiful brown color of the inscription as perfect as when the stonecutter of Darius laid his mallet aside. No granite tablet in Central Park or Trafalgar Square could be more perfect. It was interesting, moreover, to compare the style of the Behistun characters with the somewhat larger letters of the Ganjay Nama inscriptions, Dar, Alv, and Xerx. Alv, which I had been examining at Hamadan the week before. On Alvan the space between the lines is 4 inches and each letter averages nearly 3 inches in height. At Behistun, where economy of space was necessary owing to the length of the inscription, the sharply drawn lines are about 1 inches, 42 millimeters, apart, and the clear-cut letters each approximately 1 inches, 32 millimeters, high. The brown shellac or varnish makes them stand out in bolder relief and gives a fine finish to the whole, although I could see no traces of the flakes of the cement, which Rawlinson speaks of as having sifted down upon the narrow ledge, nor, again, did I observe any evidence to show that letters had been preserved by reason of the shellac withstanding the water when the rock itself had disintegrated beneath its surface. But this may be still another proof that the rock has suffered since Rawlinson's time, and it is to be hoped that M. de Morgan will mac casts M1 so E. Allinson JBA 8. 10-193. Copying and photographing 195 of the entire inscription, as I learned in Persia it is the intention of his mission to do. My attempt to take squeezes of certain words was a failure. This was due partly, among other causes, to the wind that prevailed during the 4 days when I was up on the ledge, and was the stronger owing to the height and the peculiar formation of the rocky cut. This made me wish for more time, in order to wait for better conditions. Owing to the physical strain of the ascent, for it requires some athletic prowess, and owing to the exciting interest of the work, which is somewhat of a tax on the nerves, the element of time is necessary for accomplishing what one would wish to do. To this I may add that money is likewise an indispensable factor in the equation. But above all, one must not be hurried. On my last day of stay, for example, after I had finished all I could reach or clearly see, I begged the guides to let me use the ladder in order to examine some of the less certain readings in the upper part of the inscription. This they stoutly refused to do on account of the extreme danger from the high wind blowing at the time. And that afternoon I was obliged to start back to Hamadan. But although some points like these had to be left, I was glad to find I had been able to examine most of the doubtful passages and to prove in general the wonderful accuracy of Rawlinson's transcript. To this I shall revert also below when I speak of the 2 or 3 photographs I took, the first, I believe, ever taken on the ledge. They were snapped as I leaned out over the precipice, held by the guides, while focusing the camera and hastily taking the picture. Most of my time, however, was spent in copying, collating, or verifying the readings on the rock itself without resorting to my photographic apparatus. I may add, regarding the means of ascent in ancient times, that there is not the slightest trace of anything of the kind today. If ever there was any, it cannot have been of a permanent material. Regarding the descent, I may say that after I had been for 196 the great Behistan rock hours on the cramped and narrow ledge, the going down seemed much more difficult than the ascent, and it was a joy each time to hear my faithful Persian servant, Safar, who had remained below, call out, "Now you are safe," when I passed the last dangerous place and could jump to the ground.